on display from Clark. We know that in the previous match, some balls will keep him a bit low, even from the start of the inning, so batters would have to be mindful. Always better to just get your eye in these first couple of overs. Don't take any major risk at this stage. 50 overs in the inning, so a lot of time to bat and get yourself in. And he's dropped him. That one went through the hands of Mackenzie. And we were waiting to see if that was going to be the first wicket, because just as I noted the Bonk's previous scene at the delivery, you can see there again a very, very thick outside edge. In fact, it looked as if he guided it to Mackenzie. And that one just being dropped, unfortunately. You can see fast bowler Clark not too happy there. He would have been very pleased if he got that early breakthrough. That one a fuller length delivery. And we note that in the previous game where Trinidad and Tobago defeated Windward Islands, similarly in the first couple of overs there were at least 2 to 3 drop catches. Now granted they went on to be victorious in the end, but the game ended up being much closer than they thought. That's a good delivery outside the off stump. So flowing from that last game, Jamaica would want to take all of their chances as best they come. And at the end of the first over, the score 3 without loss, Guyana under 17. Wilkinson and Kiston both on 1 each. And Clark would be ruining that missed opportunity from the slip bowler Mackenzie. The new bowler from the media center end is going to be Roshan Mackenzie. And just as we note that yesterday the West Indies men's senior team won the T20 series between West Indies and India, and it was truly a majestic performance from Brandon King and also Romario Shepherd with the ball to lead West Indies to that series win. Also take nothing away from the role that Nicholas Puran and Shimron Hetmaya played throughout the entirety of the series. I must say it was a very close encounter coming to that final match, West Indies having won the first 2 and then India coming back with 2 as well. But in that final decider, West Indies showed that they still have what it takes at the senior level, especially in the T20 game, having been dominant over a number of years. So it's Roshan Mackenzie from the media center end. That one again, you can see the Bonks just surprising the batter a bit, dropping his hands and making sure that the ball did not sky up. Non-striker is going down to have a bit of a chat with him. You can see the opening batters for Guyana, not the tallest as well, so granted any bit of extra bonks on the pitch might give them some challenges. Having seen that previous delivery that went to slip in the first over, you'll be mindful to not play too loosely outside that off stump. It's an appeal and it's given not out, and just as we were advising not to play too loosely, that one pitched up and encouraging the batter for the drive. Just seemed to get a bit of away movement at the last minute. Nothing too extravagant. Doesn't seem to be much swing on display from the 2 fast bowlers, but just a bit of general movement. We know that the wind blows from right to left in the National Cricket Centre. It's a short one and it's pulled away on the leg side. It looks like it will run away to the boundary, but it's just holding up. In fact, we know that the outfield here isn't the quickest, and the batters just get 2 runs. I mean, take a look to the right, just out of the view of your screen. We see some grey clouds forming. We note that this time of year in Trinidad and Tobago and the region, usually associated with rainfall, but we hope that the weather would hold up for these youngsters to play the game. That one defended nicely there by Wilkinson. So definitely seems to be competent with the bat. Just has to play the mental game as well. We know that Many times we have seen 50 overs seeming to be too much for a lot of cricketers, not only in the youth setup but also in the senior setup. And I think the main goal should be to maximize batting all of the overs and stay there till the end. That's well left there, that one. Just tempting him outside the off stump, wider than the previous delivery that he played the shot and missed. So this one probably just tempting to see if he would have played his hands at it again, looking for that outside edge, but left alone smartly there by Wilkinson. Not a bad start from the fast bowlers. I'm sure they'd probably want to attack the stumps a bit more, make the batsman come forward and play. That's a lovely looking drive, but straight to the fielder at short cover. And it brings the second over to an end. So at the end of 2 overs, Guyana under 17, 5 without loss. The opening bowlers for Jamaica going steadily at this point. Dante Clark and Rashawn McKenzie. And they were just being encouraged to follow on from that edge in the first over, as we see the Trinidad and Tobago flag flying proudly there. Strong winds as well, as can be seen from the movement of the flag. We note downstairs that both Jamaica and Guyana have also put up their flags very proudly. So it's great to have these teams from the region hosted here in Trinidad and Tobago. And while speaking with managers of both teams, just getting an idea of how their stay is going thus far, both of them are very happy with the accommodation, the treatment, simple things as food and so on for players coming from different islands. You know, we have to ensure that everyone is comfortable so that when they go out on the field of play, they can give their best. And thus far, the feedback has been great. So kudos to Metro Hotel in Couva for their services to these youngsters as well. Clark with another full-length delivery. I've seen a couple half volleys on offer within the first 3 overs as we enter the 3rd over. And also we bear in mind that the fast bowlers are able to get bonus points, so they'll be looking to pry early wickets here. And that's a quick short delivery, but unfortunately it was angled down the leg side. Can see Kiston was looking to play the pull shot, but that one certainly took off after it pitched, and a good diving stop by the keeper there, Brian, to ensure that it did not go for any extras. And that's a lovely looking shot there from Kiston. That one full on outside the off stump. We see some good work by the third man coming around from the boundary, just stopping that ball with his heel, ensuring that it didn't go to the ropes, and only 2 runs added to the score. But a very nice looking shot there from Kiston, as we see McKenzie getting around and using his boot to keep that ball in. Good teamwork there as the other fielder ran to support him, knowing fully well that he may not have been able to pick up the ball and throw it in one time. And that's a better delivery from Clark. If he's going full, it's best to keep it on the stumps. Once you're full and wide outside of the off stump, it really invites the batter to play any sort of expansive shot. And we know that in the power play, at this stage, only 2 fielders outside of the circle. We have a wideish third man, as well as a wide fine leg. And just fishing at that one there, Kiston. You can see after the shot, he is just playing what he should have done initially, which is leave the ball alone. No need to really go after those. Non-striker Wilkinson just giving him a hand gesture to remind him to keep his head in the game. Again, a quick delivery from Clark. That one passing the keeper this time. Runs close to the boundary and it gets there. Touches the rope despite the work of the third man and fine leg fielders to try and get there in time. But unfortunately, that one from Clark, too wayward down the leg side and also too quick, because it passed the keeper Brian in a hurry. And noticeably, that one kept a bit lower. And you can just see from the replay there, the ball actually bounced a couple times before Brian. So not the easiest take for the wicket keeper. That one is full outside the off stump and driven again expansively through the covers. Certainly doesn't have the legs to go to the boundary, but they pick up a comfortable 2. And we're seeing some positive intent here from the Guyanese batters. I'm sure Jamaica will be thinking back to that first over where that catch was dropped. It's amazing what one wicket can do, especially in the early stage of an innings, to shift that momentum to the fielding team. That one short, banged into the pitch, and unfortunately Kiston not able to get hold of it. And at the end of 3 overs, the score 15 without loss. So definitely that over with those 4 wides certainly helping the score go up to a respectable point at this stage. Already 5 runs and over in the third, and the projected score 250. Now we know that it's a long version of the game, and that projected score would certainly vary as we go through different overs and different spells, but I'm sure Jamaica will be looking to get a breakthrough as best as they can with one of these fast bowlers, not only for the bonus points but also just for the mental aspect to claim that dominance in the game. Note the umpires on field from this media center in here. Mr. Kevin Sisnet from Barbados, and at square leg, Mr. Kelman Kolesa from Central Trinidad. That one just nipping away off the pitch, passing the outside edge of the right-hand batter. I think that's the area Mackenzie will be encouraged. Use the pitch to your advantage, allow that bit of variable bounce to just play in the minds of the batter, unsure whether to come forward or to stay back. Again, we see that one from Mackenzie. Very similar length to the previous delivery. The line was just a touch bit wide on the offside, but a loose shot indeed from Wilkinson. I mean, no need to play that sort of shot at this stage. The ball really wasn't full enough for him to go through the line of it. And again, we can see the non-striker Kiston just walking down and having a word with Wilkinson. That's much better. He waited on that delivery, you can see. Just took the extra second and stayed in his crease to fend that one into the offside. So from the 2 fast bowlers we have seen, I believe Clark has a bit of extra pace on offer compared to Mackenzie. Both are certainly bowling at decent speed, but Clark just has that bit of an extra nip. Mackenzie seems to be bowling more wicket to wicket, and by all means can be a good strategy for these 2 fast bowlers if they work in tandem with each other. On one end you have the express pace coming down, and the batters might be looking to score quickly off that, as we saw in the previous over. The faster the ball is coming onto the bat, it seems as if it's easier to play through the line on the surface. That one is skied up into the air. Fielder from mid-on coming around and takes the catch. The first wicket falling for Guyana, and Jamaica would certainly be happy with that. Spence taking the catch there, number 9, off the bowling of Rashawn McKenzie, and Vikash Wilkinson has to go. We were just mentioning that ball, as you can see, it pitched a bit short and actually did not go through with the same pace as Clark from the previous over. So while he would have played that shot against Clark and gotten full purchase, this one holding up in the pitch and skying up in the air. Comfortable catch taken in the end by the mid-on fielder, and a very good breakthrough for Jamaica at this stage. The score 15 for the loss of 1 wicket, and Wilkinson looks a bit dismayed as he walks off the pitch. We were just saying that there's no need to play those shots at this stage of the innings. Granted, it's the power play. Yes, we know that fielders are in the circle and you can capitalize, but also you have to bear in mind how the surface is playing, how the conditions are. And at this stage, we know that the National Cricket Centre isn't the easiest one in terms of scoring runs quickly and freely. Therefore, the batters would have been minded to take their time. As we take a look at that replay again, that one short outside of the off stump. The previous 3 deliveries were just in or around that area, and he played and missed. And getting the wicket on that occasion there, Mackenzie. So it brings a new batter to the crease, Rampersad Ramnath, and I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on what he saw from the fellow batter that just departed there, Wilkinson. Ramnath again, not one of the tallest batters, you can see from his stature. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares against these short deliveries. You can see thus far that Mackenzie is not afraid to go short of a length, as well as Clark from the other end, who has that bit of extra pace, is not afraid to bang the ball into the pitch and force the batters to play. And that's a good delivery first up. Fullish in length and drawing Ramnath forward to play. At the end of 4 overs, the score 15 for the loss of 1. And that actually being a wicket maiden there for Rashawn Mackenzie. So excellent start from him, the young fast bowler. Plays for the club St. Elizabeth in Jamaica. Take a look at that replay again. Excellent work from our producer, Mr. Jason Prasad. Can just see how he was set up for that delivery as well. Following the balls previously from that over, Mackenzie tangled that ball outside of the off stump. Twice Wilkinson played that miss. The third delivery I thought he played much better, where he waited in his crease and he just fended it into the offside, but unfortunately losing his concentration and losing his wicket. Clark here to continue. Waiting to see if there's a signal from the umpire. No signal given, so that one can possibly be another drop catch. From the reaction of Clark, definitely seemed upset after that delivery. Take a look at this replay. Angling down the leg side. And not taken by the keeper. Really uncertain what it touched, but no wide signal by the umpire. And that one hoisted away into the leg side. So Kiston is continuing with his aggressive nature and runs away to the boundary ropes in the cow corner region. So 4 runs added to the total for Guyana and for Kevin Kiston. That one seemed to be a bit slower from Clark and also foolish in length. Kiston going down and playing a very T20 style shot there in terms of cross-batted nature. Could have easily played it straight behind the bowler as well, but by all means still got the desired result and played it in a safe area where there are no fielders. So aggressive intent here shown from Kiston thus far. And again we see that short delivery from Clark. Seems as if that's one of his go-to deliveries whenever the batters are looking to attack him. He would follow up with that short delivery and just remind them that he has that bit of extra pace to trouble them if needed. Oh, and that one fishing outside of the off stump. I can see just from his signal, gonna be a movement away. Again, not any major swing on offer. Not seeing any extensive movement of the ball, but those subtle differences can make all the changes in the world. That one again banging it into the pitch. Taken by keeper Brian. We see Captain Brad Barnes in the slip position, number 17. Brad Barnes, who actually was captain of the Jamaica under-19 team as well when they secured both titles in the regional under-19 championship, the limited overs and the 3-day version. So it's excellent to see that such a young, talented player is able to do it at the senior level and then come down at the under-17 to captain his team as well. That's a wide delivery. Could have seen it from the time he pitched the ball. Unless it nipped back in quite a bit, would have been signaled a wide any day. We know Brad Barnes in the last match when Jamaica were victorious in the first round, scored 46 not out. That's a foolish delivery and punch into the offside. Good work by the fielder in the point region, coming around, restricted them just to 1. And at the end of the 5th over, the score 21 for the loss of 1. Guyana losing that early wicket in the previous over from Mackenzie. So it seems as if they are taking the attack to Clark, while Mackenzie has been showing a bit more respect. His 2 overs thus far going for just 2 runs. Clark, unfortunately, 19 runs conceded in his first 3. Mackenzie having that important breakthrough as well, taking the wicket of Wilkinson, first opener to depart from Guyana. He'll be bowling here to Kevin Kiston, who certainly not afraid to play his shots. That one looked like the slower ball, in fact, for the first delivery of the over. By all means, nothing is wrong with implementing those changes. I can just see a bit of a wobble seam as he released that one. One short outside of the off stump and fended away. No run on offer. The ball travelling with enough pace to the fielder. That one is short and appeal here for a caught behind, but umpire Kevin Sisnet unmoved. See Mackenzie banging that one into the pitch, getting a bit of extra movement. Oh, and it looked as if from the replay there may have been a touch of the glove there, but granted the umpires would have the best view, being closest to the pitch and having the ultimate decision. So unmoved there on that occasion. Let me continue. And this one outside of the off stump, playing and missing again. That one seeming away from the right-handed batter, and that bit of outward movement. That's well fended there again. So Mackenzie keeping it very tight indeed. You see a close-up here. Definitely seems to have deviated after the ball passed his hands. It really is unsure to see whether he got a touch of the glove or the bat, or whether it's just the natural movement of the ball, but certainly a close call there. This one is full and punched along, but again to the fielder. So bidding that pressure of dot balls, and he follows up his first maiden in the previous over with another maiden here, Mackenzie. So the score remains at 21 for the loss of 1 wicket after 6 overs. Take a look here at the replay again, as we have the slow motion on hand. Ball is passing very, very close indeed. And it seems as if after it passed his gloves, the back glove may have been the one that caused that extra deviation, because when it passed the bat and the first glove, when the batsman was playing the pull shot, really didn't see any noticeable deviation then, but after that fact, certainly seemed to have gotten a touch. Excellent work there by our producer, Mr. Jason Prasad. Appreciate that ability to get that extra slow motion replay as we have Clark continuing from that to Bolden end. This one is getting a thick outside edge and a misfield at third man through the legs, and you can see the reaction of all of the fielders. Really, they are not pleased there with that one. Going down in the long barrier position, which is what he would have been encouraged to do, and to go down in the right fielding position and still misfield. It simply has to be that his eyes weren't on the ball. It's the most basic thing they tell you in cricket. Keep your eyes on the ball. And unfortunately there. So good delivery from Clark. You can see the umpire just signaling to the groundsman as we have a bit of a drizzle on the pitch at the moment. Doesn't seem to be too heavy, but they'll be mindful. Groundsmen are at the ready if needed. And we know that they are the expert assessors of the conditions around this area. It's better bowling there from Clark. Needs to make the batsman play. Doesn't want to put anything outside of the off stump and allow them to play aggressively through those gaps. This one short outside the off stump. Nice looking shot there from Ramnath. Keeping it down most importantly. That brings the aggressive Kevin Kiston on strike. Thus far he has been playing a lot of attacking shots. Certainly not afraid to go after the bowler. And that's better there from Clark. Kiston looks to be very confident in his technique. Has a bit of flair as well, as we've seen from some of those previous shots that he's played. And that one is short, angled into the body and pulled away from Kiston. Again, showing that aggressive intent and that confident nature. Not letting Clark put him off at all with those short deliveries. Just holding back in his crease and a lovely looking pull shot on the leg side there for 4 runs. So at the end of the 7th over, the score 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. Mackenzie 1 for 2 after 3, and Dante Clark none for 28 after 4. So definitely you can see the batters taking a liking to Clark here. Just as I have been joined by my fellow co-commentator Mr. Anil Lakan, who's certainly taken a liking to the fast bowling and the attacking batting he is seeing here thus far. And just as we note that the players seem to be coming off the field and the covers are coming on, given the fact that the rainfall has just become more intense. You have some sunshine around, so I think it's just a matter of allowing this rain to pass. And your thoughts on the game thus far, Anil? 30 for 1 after 7.
Good morning to all our listeners, viewers, wherever you may be. Good morning to you as well, Bahadur. Yeah, still it start indeed. 31 after 7, Guyana. So Jamaica winning the toss here at the National Cricket Centre in certain Guyana. And what we've seen, the wicket does have a little bit of zip in it, but it's important to put the ball in the right areas here, Bahadur.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw, I mean, just looking at the figures itself, you can tell Clark going for 28 runs and Mackenzie only going for 2. So I think it's all about pitching within the right areas and knowing fully well that the batters are looking to attack the bowling. We have seen from Kevin Kiston, as you saw that pull shot he played just now, that has been how he has approached the innings from ball 1.
Well, I'd be very interested indeed to see that, to look at the pitch map of both the bowlers.
Take a look here at the first wicket that fell.
So short, not getting over that ball and just pulling a catch there at mid-wicket. So Guyana losing a very early wicket in the piece here. But both batters here, they've really taken a liking to Clark.
Yeah, definitely. Clark seems to be quicker than Mackenzie, and unfortunately the quicker he has bowled has allowed the batters to attack the ball because it's coming through with more pace. Mackenzie, on the other hand, who's a bit slower, has actually caused more trouble because the ball is doing a lot of different things off of the pitch. Some of them pitching and bouncing extra high, some of them keeping a tad bit low. So the batters have to always be mindful.
Yeah, so Kishav, it's important in terms of when you've got someone at the other end really keeping things tight. really good if the supporting act, could work in tandem with each other and create that pressure. Sometimes you don't have to produce a wicket taking or a magical delivery to get a wicket. All that's required is to keep stitching some dot balls. And at this age, sometimes the youngsters tend to get a bit, bogged down and telling themselves at some stage, I have to play a shot. And that sometimes could bring the downfall of the players. So it doesn't have to be a magical delivery. What it has to be sustained pressure from both the bowlers. And once they're backed up well by the fielders, and then, the batters, they're going to be under some tremendous pressure. And more often than not, they try to manufacture a shot that's not there for the delivery. And that sometimes could bring about a wicket. So
I think you are spot on there, Anil, with exactly what took place with that first wicket, because the deliveries prior to that shot, Mackenzie actually beat him outside of the off stump 3 deliveries in a row. The 4th delivery, he waited in the crease that extra second and actually defended it into the offside. So he seemed to have understood after the first 3 how to play the ball. But right after that good shot, then he lost his concentration immediately and played that shot skying it up in the air. So definitely on point with your comments there. It's always about the mental concentration and strength of these players, especially youngsters as well, who are being groomed to play the longer versions of the game. As we know that in this tournament, apart from the 50 overs, we also have the introduction of the 2-day format after these first set of 50 over matches.
I believe it's 2 sets of 3-day games. That's going to be on offer to the youngsters. So another great initiative by Cricket West Indies to instill some kind of longevity in terms of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And we have resumption of play here with Mackenzie continuing to ram north. Thankfully, as we noted, that shower didn't last very long, and excellent work by the groundsman.
So Mackenzie, 3.1 overs, 2 maidens. Important here, 18 dots.
Yeah, very good bowling from Mackenzie thus far. In fact, he's leaked more runs with that misfield that went for 4 than he has leaked off of his bowling.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. That ball went through the fielder at third man. This one, nicely lined, just about that off stump line. Rampasad Ramnath, knowing exactly where his off stump is. Oh, but he was beaten. He was turned around there. That delivery was shaping away from him. He was tending to want to play that forward defense, but at the last moment, that ball just shaped away from the outside edge. So wonderful delivery indeed. But here he's stylishly into line. He plays it out to backward point. There's no run. So Guyana losing the toss here at the National Cricket Centre, being inserted by Jamaica. So it seems like Jamaica, after they have assessed the pitch, they decided that they want to have a first bowl. And I'm sure they wouldn't be too happy with what has transpired thus far, Kishav.
Yes, well, from speaking to both captains prior to the toss, both of them actually wanted to bowl first, noting the conditions at the National Cricket Centre.
Oh, and this is our...
Seemed close to the wide line there, Anil, but given the benefit of the doubt by umpire assistant.
Yeah, Ramnath should have just allowed that ball to go into the midst of the wicket keeper there. No need to be flashing at those deliveries. The only thing can happen is you get your feather catch into either the first slip or into the wicketkeeper hands, because you're playing away from the body. There's absolutely no control whatsoever. A lovely delivery there, pitched up delivery on the crease area. Nothing Ramnath could do other than just look at it under his watchful eyes and play it out to extra cover. There is no run.
So Mackenzie continuing, looking to get a 3rd consecutive maiden here if he can. 5 dot balls already in this over. So excellent work from this young fast bowler in restricting the scoring of Guyana. And he's got another wicket maiden here for Rashawn Mackenzie. Right on cue, Anil. As you were saying, they should not play any loose or rash shots outside of the off stump. And you can see exactly that. No need to really fish outside of the off stump.
This is at least 8 inches outside the line of the off stump. playing away from his body is always going to put you in danger. And, Mackenzie doing the right thing, just maintaining that line just outside that corridor of uncertainty. And once you haven't gotten, once you have not gotten proper footwork to get close to the deliveries, there's always that chance that you're going to be playing away from your body. And once the ball is shaping away, the wicket keeper and first slip is in business. So Guyana loses their second wicket. Ramnath going via course of first slip, but Mackenzie, wonderful delivery indeed.
Yeah, it really has been a great spell from Mackenzie as we see that replay. Now, by no means we are saying it's an excellent delivery, because that one was actually the widest of all that he bowled in the over. And it can actually be a strategy, because he bowled all previous 5 deliveries closer to the batter and sort of cramped him for room. And then gave him one outside of the off stump, which he slashed at.
Well, that's what consistency does, Kishab. That's what consistency does. When you're consistent enough, like I say, you don't have to bowl magical deliveries. All you got to do, you just got to be consistent with your lines and your lengths, and you are going to reap the rewards at some stage.
Yeah, and he really has been showing that here, Mackenzie. 3 maidens on the trot, and 2 of those being wicket maidens as well. Really can't ask for anything more from your opening fast bowler.
And it's a great asset indeed, Kishab, to see these youngsters and them being able to put the ball on a certain line consistently enough. So it's Dante Clark, 4 versus 28. He will want to change that by getting a wicket in the wickets column. So missing his run up and doing the right thing there, just aborting his run. So it brings Kevin Kirsten on strike. Nicholas
Showprasad.
So this Guyana team, I'm sure, will back themselves with a bat. And this one is punch off the back foot. It goes out to that cover position. There's no run. So Kevin Kirsten showing some aggression there, just short outside the line of the off stump. It had the room for him to extend those levers. He was getting taller on the back foot, trying to pierce that gap through extra through cover and backward point. And this one is pulled over mid-wicket, and it goes into the boundary now. So again, we see Dante Clark not learning from his partner, Kishab. Going into the wicket, he's not expressed by no sense of the imagination, giving the likes of Kirsten enough time to rock onto the back foot. And you could see how, you could have seen how early he hit that shot, because it wasn't back with a square, it was in front of square. So it tells you how early he picked up the line of that delivery.
Well, the reality is, Arnold, that is the 3rd time Kirsten has played that shot off of Clark. So it clearly is showing that he is premeditating a bit as well, because he's stepping back and across in certain deliveries and setting himself. The ball went in the exact same area down to that corner region with the pull shots that he played previously. So I think Clark should use that to his advantage. If it is he knows that the batter is comfortable there, just vary the pace and the length a bit. And this one is skied up into the air, goes down to fine leg, and the catch is taken. And finally, you can see Clark just sitting on the square as he seems to be very much relieved there with that wicket. This one, Kirsten again trying to play that similar shot in the leg side region. You can see from the replay the ball clearly did not get up at all, Anil. That one did not bounce as the previous ones did. And unfortunately, going down to that fielder at deep fine leg, and a comfortable catch taken in the end.
Well, again, the mental aspect of the game comes into question here, Keisha. You've just struck a boundary. All you needed to do with that ball was to just look at it under your eyes and possibly just play it down to the third man, roll the wrist and get a single and get back out the other end. Sometimes these batters fail to recognize that there's someone else at the non-striker end that's also batting. So they want to do all the heavy lifting, and this sometimes could contribute to their downfall, but absolutely unnecessary from Kevin Kirsten. That's a gimme.
Yeah, it really was not necessary at that point, especially having lost 2 wickets already in the power play. Kiston seemed to have been the only batter who was playing confidently. In fact, he has scored most of the runs off of the bat for Guyana thus far. And really and truly, just scoring a boundary, as you said, it's not to say that you are chasing a target and you need to, accelerate unnecessarily.
And more importantly, Keisha, we are only into over number 9. So in the next 9 balls, the possibility exists that we're going to see a change, because 10 overs is mandatory with the at the beginning of the innings. So then you're going to see some other, maybe a spinner or some other bowling option coming up. But unfortunately for him, he perished, having batted really well. And this one is played really nicely out to that backward point region.
So
and Jonathan Van Lang rocks onto the back foot.
Yeah,
Nice
definitely.
confident shot to get off the mark, Kishav.
Captain Jonathan Van Laar coming to the crease, and he would have been one of the returning players who would have played in the under-17 Guyana team last year and getting the opportunity to captain the team this year. So I'm sure he'd be looking to get a good score. Didn't really perform in that first match. In fact, Guyana was bowled out for 102 in their first match. So hopefully they would want to prevent a collapse here. 35 for 3 at this stage already.
Well, they're really struggling here at the National Cricket Centre, and we could put it down to some poor shot selection here, Kishav.
Definitely.
And Clark goes into the pitch here, rising delivery. Shupasar just trying to ride that, getting our top hand, playing it down. There's no addition to the score, 35 for 3. And I'm sure the Jamaicans will be vindicated by their decision to bowl first here, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. I think as both teams were looking to bowl first, the batting team would be the less happy of the two.
And again, we see the pull shot into action there. So the first 3 batters, Wilkinson 3, Kevin Kirsten 18, and Ramnath 5. So 2 new batters at the crease. So immediately the spear of Shopasad and Van Lang, the keeper, the captain, they have a huge task on their hand to avoid being bowled out in the second encounter.
Yeah, and the score after 9 overs, 35 for the loss of 3 wickets. As we take a look there at the coach for the Jamaica team, just having a discussion with Mr. Ravi Tilak.
Mr. Ravi Tilak, he is the match referee.
Indeed.
So he's responsible for ensuring that everything is in place. Has been doing a tremendous job indeed, Ravi Tilak.
He really has been putting in a lot of hard work on and off the field. All of the administrators involved in the CWI Rising Stars Under-17 Championship. And we've had a great start thus far into our second round of matches here. Mackenzie to continue.
And here we see Van Laag just trying to get that left foot out. Just playing a bit across the line there. But it goes out to extra cover. There's no run. So Guyana losing the toss here at the National Cricket Centre, being inserted by Jamaica. 35 for 3. So skipper Van Laag, he is on strike. Mackenzie from the pavilion end. And this one is thrown confidently to extra cover. Taking a nice stride forward. Just leaning on that delivery, but there's no run. Score remains on 35 for 3. So Mackenzie bowling with a third man, a backward point. Gully, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, square leg, and a man down at fine leg. So this one is guided down to third man. It's only going to be 1. So the skipper, he moves moves him on to 2, Jonathan Van Laag. So Mackenzie continues to do a wonderful job here at the National Cricket Centre. So Mackenzie. And this one is turned out to square leg, just no run. That one just tailing into the leg stump, but Shopasad just playing it very late indeed, using his wrist, getting it out to that square leg position. But there's no run, so the score is kept on 36-3. Mackenzie continues to probe away here at the National Cricket Centre. 4.4 overs, 3 runs and 2 wickets. And this one is on driven. They should have gotten a single there. And this one is played down to fine leg. There's one. And that's all it's going to be. Excellent feeling. So the top scorer so far for Guyana, Kevin Kirsten, getting to 18. And just when he looked set to continue for a very long time, giving his wicket away. That ball keeping a trifle low, trying to execute another pull shot. And getting himself out at fine leg, taking the top edge, and he was scored at fine leg. So Guyana after over number 10. So the batting power play comes in Kishoff.
Yeah, definitely. 37 for the loss of 3. I would think that all circumstances considered, Jamaica would be the happier of the two teams after that power play. 37, not a bad score, but those 3 wickets in the wicket column, certainly a very important factor there to consider.
And 37 for 3 represents some poor batting, if you ask me, Kishav. When you look at the dismissal, it wasn't any deliveries that were really probing over a consistent period of time that was really testing the technical ability of the players. It was more a sense of poor shot selection that led to their downfall.
Yeah, definitely it was. As we take a look at the replay of the first wicket there. Poor shot played. Cross bat, as they say. Outside the off stump, you're looking to pull it away to the leg side and skying it up.
So it's a bowling change.
It's going to be Ann Ennis. You see the second wicket there as well. A loose shot played outside of the off stump. So you have the first delivery here from Ennis. Right on the money as he starts his first over. Note that he plays for St. Mary in Jamaica, as well as Pinnock, both of them from St. Mary Club.
And this one is driven out to extra cover. It's no run. So Shupasad, very stylish indeed, Kishal.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of flair from the Guyanese batters. I think the only difficulty is the decision making at times. You can definitely see the natural talent on display. That's a beautiful looking shot there. Past the fielder at point. And you can see the fielder from Gully who had to give chase. Restricted them to 1 run alone, bringing the captain into strike. 2 runs, sorry.
So full and wide from Ennis there. Shopasad just playing a really sumptuous square drive. He beat the backward point to his left and third man to his right. And he was able to come back for 2. So good looking shot here from young Nicholas Shopasad. That takes the score on to 39 for 3.
That's one. Noticeably keeping a bit low there. Tried to go through the line of the ball with that drive, but fortunately the ball not arising as he would have liked.
And if you notice what's happening, Kishab, most of the fielders in that backward point, cover point region, they're hovering just on the 30-yard circle. So if you were to take the pace off, and that's a poor delivery. It's lofted over square leg. Does it go into the boundary? It does.
And it goes for 4
It does
runs.
so now. But a rank full toss there from Innes there. Shopasad taking him to the cleaners there and getting a boundary.
Yeah, definitely, as you were just mentioning, slowing up the pace. Unfortunately, that was a bit too slow and also too full, allowing them to play that hook shot and down to that region where no fielder is located. So a safe shot indeed for 4 runs there from Shopasad. Ennis would want to come back with a much better delivery. And again, this one is full outside of the off stump and driven nicely. So Shopasad going along pretty well here. And the score after 11 overs, 43 for the loss of 3 wickets. I'm sure that Jamaica would be looking to bring spin into the attack very soon as well, noting that in the last game, one of their spinners, Witherbirn, actually got 5 wickets. So they are definitely banking on him to come into the attack at some point for Jamaica and look to see if he can get more
But
wickets.
Kishal, just getting information. Did you have a look at the surface this morning?
Yeah, definitely. There were a couple moist spots on the surface, and just as we mentioned his name, Wedderburn is coming into the attack. So I think that was also part of the reason why the team decided to bowl first. They wanted to use that bit of moisture that remained in the surface, as well as the fact that we know that all of the teams are staying in the same hotel. So actually, from talking to the players, they said that they spoke to other players who played here when Trinidad and Tobago took on Windwards, and they thought that based on the nature of the surface, where throughout the day it can, get a bit variable in terms of the bounce, they thought it best to bowl first and chase.
Well, I'll tell you what, this surface is definitely a lot different from the one that Trinidad played with Windward Islands. That one was a little bit slow and low. This one we are seeing a bit more bounce, a lot more carry from the pitch. So this it's going to be Wedderburn, left arm orthodox, bowling around the wicket. It's bowling to the skipper, Van Lang.
And just as you mentioned, the surface being different, Anna, we saw a bit of deja vu there, in fact. So I think no matter the appearance, the result of the pitch is somewhat similar.
Let's just hope that's a one-off situation, Kishal.
Indeed.
Nicely flighted delivery. This one is driven down to long off. Fielder comes off the boundary. There's just one on offer. That single takes the score into 44 for 3.
So you know that.
And a lovely looking drive there from the young man, the skipper, Van Lang.
Yeah, definitely he's one of the premier batters for Guyana. And didn't get any runs in that first game, so I'm sure he want to redeem himself here. We know that a slight change in the field, Wedderburn bringing the long off into the circle for Shopasad.
And Shopasad presenting the maker's name, playing that forward defense, showing the maker's name. And Wedderburn right on target there, back on target. Looking to bowl at the stumps here. You miss, I hit.
That seems to be the modus operandi.
Oh my goodness.
What purchase? That's a
And
beautiful.
that to me, that is worrying signs indeed, Kishaf. That ball was spinning from the street, and we only into over number 12. So there's evidence because of the overcast conditions, the pitch has not dried off enough. So there's still a lot in the pitch in terms of moisture. That ball really just spun away past the outside edge, and that's evidence that there's still a considerable amount of moisture on the pitch here at the National Cricket Centre. But it's lovely weather for cricket. It's not too hot. 44 for 3 at the end of over number 12. Skipper Van Lang, he's on 3, and Ashok Prasad, he's on 7. So it's going to be Innes to continue. going for 6 runs in his first over. So it's going to be Jonathan, the skipper, to take strike. And this one is just tailing in a bit from outside the line of the off stump, but just starting it a bit too straight. It's played out to that fielder at it goes out to mid wicket. There's no run.
Now, notably, Ennis is certainly shorter than the previous 2 fast bowlers, so he's getting that ball to just keep low as well. You know that Clark was getting some extra bonks, and Mackenzie, and Ennis just seems to be more of a skiddy type of bowler, and that can also encourage the batters to play their shots smoothly, as we saw that drive there from Van Lodge, taking an outside edge and just getting a single.
Well, I'm a bit surprised that the wicketkeeper has taken the opportunity, standing up to the stumps. That ball was peeling off the edge there, and it goes down to third man for 1. And here we see Shopasad stylishly into the line. That's played out to extra cover. There's no run.
A lot of natural flair you can see in Shopasad in terms of how he's presenting the full face of the bat with most of the deliveries that he's played.
Yeah, he seems to have a lot of time to play those deliveries as well. And this one just angled down to third man. It's only going to be 1 on offer, so that takes the score into 46 for 3. And it brings the skipper Jonathan back on strike. So innocent this over, credit to him. He's come back really well. He's just bowling that channel, and he's asking, I might just be tempted, Keshav, to get a slip in, please.
Yeah, we've already seen 2 outside edges in the over thus far, and they had the slip in play. They've already gotten 1 wicket through that slip fielder as well, off of the bowling of Mackenzie, with Brad Barnes taking a catch. So no harm, 46 for 3, and keeping a bit of pressure on the batters and putting that slip in play just to keep in the back of the minds of the batters.
Yeah, and it will also keep the bowlers interested as well, to Keshav, when you have that catcher in the first slip position. But at the end of over number 13, it's 46 for 3. We're going to take a break. The players, they're going to refresh themselves. And at the end of the first hour, a Guyana being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre, 46 for 3. So we are back here live after the first water break. It's going to be Wedderburn, left arm orthodox spinner from the pavilion end. His first over going just for that solitary single. So a lot of repair work here, Kisha, for both the Guyanese skipper and Chopasad.
Yeah, definitely. And what we really appreciated from that first over of Wedderburn was the amount of turn we saw on offer from that last delivery, Anil. It certainly is very encouraging for the left-arm spinner, even more so that he has 5 wickets from the previous game, so his momentum and his confidence certainly would be on a high at this point.
Yeah, his confidence would be skyrocket. And
I think they were just waiting on the wicketkeeper there. We can see him now coming back onto the field and putting on his helmet. Maybe just a bit of a washroom break during that drinks break.
Indeed, and it's important, for these guys and apart from washroom break and stuff like that, to keep themselves hydrated.
Yeah, it really is very humid out there. We know that the past couple of weeks in Trinidad and Tobago has seen a heat wave, and the thing with the weather in the region, Anil, it's really up and down. 1 minute you have so much humidity and so much sunshine, then the next minute torrential rainfall.
Well, apart from the torrential rainfall, it's distressing a lot of people in terms of floods as well. Nicely flighted delivery from Wedderburn. It's played out extra cover.
Yeah, that one. Nice looking shot there from Chopasad. Again, what I like about it, Anna, is that he's trying to meet the ball before it's turning, because he would remember that delivery and doesn't want to give the ball any ability to grip off the surface and take his outside edge.
But I also, on the flip side as that, as well, to Kishal, he'd be very, very conscious of the fact that if he doesn't get close enough to the ball, he could be beaten from the outside edge and either he bowl or stump. So he's got to be very careful. I like the idea of him wanting, to show that level of intent by taking a few strides down the pitch. Not just allowing the lights of Wedderburn to just come and just bowl and bowl and bowl. He's giving the bowler something to think about. But Wedderburn, he's bang on target, and what he's doing really well, key sharp, is that he's attacking the stumps.
Well, the first 5 deliveries have certainly been full in terms of the length. So I want to see if he's going to pull back the 6th one, similar to the last ball of his first over, where he pulled back the length and allowed it to grip off of the surface. Could be trying to set up the batsman ideally.
And yeah, exactly how you some poor bit of work there at extra cover, and you could just imagine Wedderburn there. He is a disappointed man, and he's got all reasons to be disappointed. That ball went through 3 guys there at that extra cover point position there. There's absolutely no run on offer. But just as you alluded to, Kishab, to me, Wedderburn just needs to possibly give that ball a bit more flight and allow it to work off the surface.
Yeah, definitely. We can see from the shot that was played there, the ball kept so low and turned so much that the ball did go a bit aerially. Unfortunately, the field at short cover was a bit too much behind, so that the ball didn't travel to him. But granted, as you said, the expression from Wedderburn when he saw that the misfield took place and they got a single, it really can't be allowing that, because a maiden would have just put that additional mental pressure on the batters, and they would have to force the score off of Ennis, knowing that Wedderburn is keeping that end very, very tight.
So it's going to be Ennis from the northern end. And he's bang on target. Chopasad elegantly coming to line, just pushes it out to extra cover. There's no run. So 47 for 3. We are into over number 15. And this one is full on leg stump. This work through forward the square. They're going to be one. And so they're going to come back for two. But that had two written all over it. Both batters were caught the ball watching their Keisha.
Definitely. I don't think they pushed that first one hard at all. They seem to have run the first one content with holding for one, but that ball was played down to the cow corner region, and the fielder had to go from mid-on all the way to his right side, definitely allowing for two, even coming back on the throw.
And this one, a naughty shot outside the line of the off stump.
Almost chopping that one on there.
Yeah. Just possibly trying to be a bit too ambitious here.
You think that one may have nipped back a bit off the surface?
Yeah, just coming back slightly with the angle. So this one is played down to that square leg position. A bit of a fumble, but very good recovery. And there is no run. So that one taking the inside edge.
Thankfully for the batter, not trickling anywhere close to the stumps.
And this one is expertly guided down to third man. It's only going to be one.
And as you see that, you can see the rainfall certainly coming down very heavily here.
And the Guyana has taken their score now to 50 for 3. So the 50 comes up in the 15th over. And here we see the groundsman getting ready. And this one is played out to cover point. There's no run. Skipper Nicholas. Jonathan, my apology. So just the element of rain hovering around the National Cricket Centre. Getting a bit murky. But it's not enough to stop play at this time, and that's very good news, Keisha.
Well, I must say I admire the approach from the umpires to allow play as much as possible until it reaches that point that they really and truly have to bring on the covers, because we know that with the weather conditions in Trinidad, as we can just see, it is getting more intense, and they call the covers on now at this stage, because initially the modus operandi of this tournament is to get as much cricket played as possible, knowing that we are in the rainy season. However, this, as you can hear from the sounds in the background, it really has reached a point where you cannot have any cricket being played outside there, and for the players' safety, you need to come off of the field. So at the end of 15 overs, the score 50 for the loss of 3, and definitely Guyana seems to be coming back into the game a little bit after losing 3 early wickets in the first 10 overs. Seems as if the captain, Van Lange, as well as the other batter, Show Prasad, that they are playing a bit more smart than the previous batters in terms of not really giving any loose shots or anything.
Yeah, they both skipper Van Laag and Show Prasad, they're showing some poise. You know, they're showing some resistance, and it's very important indeed. It's a 50-over contest. The least amount of balls you're going to face is 300. So I'm sure these young men not only trying to consolidate a position for the team, but also trying to establish themselves, you know, as players at this level.
Yeah, definitely.
Remember, there's the under 19 World Cup on the peripheral, so it's important that these guys try as best as they can and etch their names somewhere into the selector's notebook.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this under 17 tournament is a really great opportunity for all of these cricketers to look at that under 19 World Cup upcoming, as well as identify players who would have not only 1 but maybe 2 to 3 years in the under 19 setup as well, given the fact that we have some youngsters involved, some 14, 15-year-olds who will be looking to continue and build on their regional experience.
And one name that comes to mind is the TNT batter, young Brandon Bulu. You know, he from what we've seen in the first game here, he showed a lot of composure. He showed a lot of maturity. And when one thought that, you know, he was just beginning to blossom, you know, again, the mental aspect of the game came into question there, just feathering a catch to the wicketkeeper.
Also, the performance of Riyad Mohammed was certainly something to admire in that last game. He really batted long and deep in terms of getting to that half-century mark and getting his team to a respectable total. However, again, that lapse of concentration. As soon as he got to that 50 mark, played a ill-advised shot. I remember it was a sweep shot off a fullish line delivery, and we have seen him bat throughout the last couple of years, and it really isn't something that he usually does. He is more of a player that plays through the V's, tries to get bat on ball and just play with a full face. So,
and again, that's testimony to playing at a higher level, where the bowling is more consistent, the fielding is more consistent, and you're going to be challenged for longer periods of time. So it will weigh on your mental, it will weigh on your technical awareness. But at this stage here, the covers are coming on. So we're going to take a break, and as soon as play resumes, we're going to be right back here to bring you ball by ball commentary. It's the Windward Islands against Jamaica, my apology, versus Guyana.
Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad, where we have this very exciting clash between Guyana under-17 and Jamaica under-17. As we see the players just stepping back onto the field. We know that we just had a brief interruption for rain, but due to excellent work by the ground staff as well as all of the officials involved, the umpires, the match referee, and everyone involved in this game itself, to allow the players to come back onto the field of the play at the soonest. So we have brilliant sunshine after that brief shower. We know that Jamaica won the toss, inserted Guyana to bat first, and Jamaica started really nicely with the ball, getting 3 early wickets in that power play. Notably, all 3 wickets going to fast bowlers as well. And Guyana, since those 3 wickets fell, they are trying to just establish a partnership to regain some sort of solidarity in their batting. The captain at the crease, Jonathan Van Lange, as well as Nicholas Shio-Prasad, they have certainly been going well thus far. They are playing the ball within the V's, presenting the full face of the bat, and that's a bit different compared to the previous batters that lost their wickets, who certainly look stylish indeed, but seem to have lapsed in concentration, where they played 1 or 2 shots that would have been ill-advised and thus leading to their dismissal. So we know that from the media center end, it's going to be the left-arm orthodox spinner Wedderburn to continue, and flowing from that 5-wicket haul in his previous game, he has started really well thus far, keeping the bowling tight and accurate, not really giving any runs away. The only thing he'd want to change is adding some wickets in that column. It's Wedderburn here after the resumption. The one flighted and goes behind the bowler with no run. That one is short and pulled away on the leg side. Fielder from Corner has to give chase, but it will definitely run into the boundary before Clark can get there. And that was the first poor delivery from Omari Wedderburn in his spell thus far, into his 3rd over. But really and truly, he has been very much on point outside of that off-stump line. And that one just dragging it down a bit and into the leg side of the batter, where he was able to play that shot very confidently and get a boundary to release any of that scoreboard pressure. And that delivery is what we would like to see more of from Wedderburn, where he pulls back the length of the delivery and also the pace, a bit more flight. And once he does that, the amount of turn off of the surface is very noticeable. So with 2 right-handers at the crease, he would be more encouraged to try and extract that turn. That one seems to have been a straighter delivery, angled into the batter. No turn on offer there, but also flatter. No, and that's well flighted from Wedderburn, drawing Shio-Prasad forward. And that's what he needs to do more of. Draw the batsman forward and don't put the ball up to them in their arc. That one again is taking a slight outside edge, a bit aerially, but going safely to that field at point. And at the end of 16 overs, the score 54 for the loss of 3 wickets. Kevin Kiskin having top score thus far with 18. Nicholas Shio-Prasad on 16 at this point. 2 wickets going to Mackenzie, Roshan Mackenzie, and 1 wicket going to Clark. And from the Atto Bolden centre end, it looks like it's going to be Ann Ennis to continue. So it's driven into the offside straight to the fielder. Van Lange has been playing a nice range of shots. Most of them finding the fielders though, so probably just taking his time to get into stride. Look to see if he can find the gaps. Probably learn to open the face of the bat or just break his wrist to get those singles. So welcome back alongside me, Mr. Anil Lakan.
Yeah, so just about 15 minutes we've lost through rain, Kisha, but I'm sure it's not going to affect the allocation of the overs. This one is trailed down to that cover point. Short, wide. Asking for the treatment, skipper. Rocks onto the back foot. Not getting the timing. There's no run. It's a good line from Innes in this over, just maintaining that off-stump line. Not quick by any stretch of the imagination, but what he's doing really well is keeping the ball in that area that's just proving line and length, you know, and asking some question of the batters.
Yeah, definitely seems to be one of those bowlers who can get wickets based on the fact that he's varying his deliveries. Not the quickest, as you said, but sometimes slower bowling on pitches such as this can be lethal, as we see a wide spin signal there.
Yeah, when you look at you know, some of the bowlers who apply their trade at the highest level, you know, just a few steps in and getting that ball just to work up the seam, you know. One that comes to mind, Kisha, Paul Collingwood out of England.
Yeah, definitely was one of the most troubling bowlers, and many batters didn't even understand why until we know that around the time when Collingwood used to play is when slower balls and cutters, off cutters, leg cutters were more coming popular into the game. Obviously, thanks to our very own Dwayne Bravo, one of the very first few bowlers that used those balls and those deliveries confidently, as we know at the end of 17 overs.
Yeah, Dwayne Bravo has been a great exponent of the cutter deliveries, the back of the arm, slower deliveries, and those are the kind of skill sets that you want to see from these youngsters developing over a period of time, because the Yorker, the old-fashioned Yorker, is still very effective at any level of the game.
Yeah, definitely. So at the end of
So we're
17
looking
overs.
at the Florina and Fauna. Guyana 55 for 3. Over number 17 comes to an end. But Wedderburn will continue from the pavilion end. Nicely flighted delivery. This one is played out to extra cover. So they've got that short extra cover in position. I would just possibly, Akisha, want him to take a few steps forward and just, you know, keep probing outside the line of the off stump there. Try and get him driving, you know, give him, and, you know, not just allowing him to drive, but use that subtle variation where you keep pushing him wider and wider and wider. So you start on maybe middle and off. And he's bang on target.
Yeah, I think he just needs to pull back the length a touch, because when he goes too full, doesn't really allow the ball any time to turn and grip off of the surface. And two right-handed batters at the crease, left arm orthodox, that's exactly where you want to be. Pull it back and encourage them to drive, as you said, and either get the edge or encourage them to play aerially. As we see there, perfect delivery, right amount of pace on the ball, as well as gripping away from Shio Prasad. And he tried to play an expansive drive, but really didn't get hold of it. And you can see the captain, Van Lange, already just going down to just remind him to keep his composure and keep his mental strength at bay.
Yeah, so Wedderburn continues to bowl very tidy. And this one he's pulling down, but it's played out to backward point. There's no run. So 55 for 3. Wedderburn in his fourth over, just conceding 6 runs thus far. and has troubled the batter on more than one occasion. That one just seems to be the knuckle ball. It peels off the edge, and there's no run. So at the end of over number 18, Guyana being inserted here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 55 for 3.
Yeah, definitely Wedderburn keeping that pressure on. Can already see from his 4 overs, 21 dot deliveries, which basically means only 3 deliveries have been run-scoring ones in his spell thus far. Again, to add to that pressure, Anil, is just to get some more wickets or wicket-taking deliveries. It's all well and good to be bowling tight and bowling maidens, but as we see, Ann Ennis really doesn't seem to be much of a penetrating bowler, but more so the batters might look to go after him to relieve pressure.
Well, Ennis, to me, just seems to be one of those bowlers who has the responsibility of... and this one is played on to wide third man. There's only going to be one. So good work there on the third man fence. So just coming back to Ennis, he seems to be a bowler in the mood in terms of, we want to refer to him as a stock bowler, where the captain will ask him to bowl a few overs, keep it quiet, and then rotate the bowlers from the other end. He's bang on target yet again. Just a bit quicker, this delivery. But Shopasad presenting the maker's name. And it goes back to the bowler. So no addition to the score, 56 to 3. I'd like to say a special good morning. Welcome back, Mr. Kelvin Williams. Having traveled to Miami, you played in an invitational tournament, and from all reports, that team had been very successful. So congratulations, to Mr. Kelvin Williams and his entire team on that journey to Miami. And this one is played away. They got to pick up a single.
He actually sent him back there, so no single on offer. Shopasad was halfway down the wicket, and Van Lans raising his hands and signaling to his partner that he was not able to come through for that.
So, good call in the end. No damage done. And here you could see now that Shopasad is getting a bit bogged down. That ball should have just been left outside the line of the off stump. Trying to manufacture a shot down to third man.
You know what scoreboard pressure can do when you have cumulative dots coming one after the other. Sometimes you tell yourself that you need to play a run scoring shot when really and truly it's all about patience and waiting for the bad delivery. Maybe trying to see if you can get a single off the good deliveries rather than to be too expansive. Sometimes even playing with soft hands, dropping the ball and looking for that rotation or strike.
And this one goes down to fine leg. Are we just going to wait on the umpire to give that signal? But it seems like he's gotten a touch onto it. So the score moves on to 57 for 3 after over number 19. And when you look at 19 overs in the game, just about approximately 200 balls still to go, Keishab. There's absolutely no reason to go crazy at this stage in terms of wanting to play aggressively. If the ball is there, fine. But it's all about occupation of the crease. It's all about wearing down your opposition. And more importantly, taking into account later down in the innings. And this is a nicely flighted delivery. Lovely on drive. Only got a single.
Some good work from the fielder there, shot mid-on, because he's not all the way back to the circle. And he came along quickly indeed to keep them down just the one.
Yeah, he is a very tall man indeed. So a few steps and he was able to hold that ball in. But skipper Jonathan comes back on strike. And this one. And some sloppy work there indeed from Wedderburn, just allowing the rotation of the strike.
as a bowler, you really have to stop those off your own bowling. I mean, it really wasn't hit hard to say there was much pace on the ball.
Unless you're still in line where your fingers is worth $1 billion, you know. And again, this one is worked into the leg side. Only going to be one. So Shopasad showing some good wrist work there. Taking that ball from the stumps. Working it into the leg side. So, if anything, Wedderburn just getting a bit too straight on the stumps here in this over. So skipper Jonathan just trying to open up the offside. Just backing away a bit. And this one is hit down to goal corner. There's only going to be one on offer. And if anything as well to Kishab, you want to see these batters and them taking on the boundary riders. That first ball you should be really motoring down to the other end. In the event that there is a bubble, you could cash in immediately. We're not seeing that aggressive running. And Shopasad just trying to play that a little late dab there, but finding the fielder at backward point. So at the end of over number 20, 61 for 3. Kishab, what do you make after 20 overs?
So definitely I would think that Jamaica seemed to let loose their grip on the game a bit, given the fact that the score was just over 30 runs for the loss of 3 wickets in the first 10. The second 10 has seemed to go on more in favour of the Guyanese team, where they're building a partnership at this point in time.
And let me just put you on the spot a bit. Had you been the skipper, what would have done differently?
So initially, with the bowling change with Wedderburn coming in, I would have agreed with that, given the fact that he had 5 wickets from the last game. What I have not seen is the skipper go and talk to him at any point in time. And simple tactics, as we see Ennis continuing from that to bowl that end. Simple suggestions, Anil, in terms of what we are saying up here. You would think that on field they might be looking at as well, and encouraging this bowler to bowl more deliveries that might be likely to get wickets rather than just keeping down the run scoring, because Wedderburn has bowled 5 overs already, just 9 or 10 runs conceded, but at the same time the batters are mindful of his ability and playing smartly, playing him out and looking to attack the other bowlers as well. Ennis, as we have seen, not really penetrating in terms of being a wicket taker, but seems to be that sort of bowler to let's keep the ball on the wicket and force the batters to play at every delivery. So based on the ebb and flow of the game thus far, I would think that Jamaica, they had the stronghold in the initial stance with the fast bowlers getting the wickets and just seems to have loosened it a bit. So as captain, I would probably look to make a change soon, if it is they don't get a wicket within this over the next one, and try to put some more pressure by introducing variety to the lineup.
Yeah, so Ennis going on leg stump there, skipper Nicholas just working that ball to mid-on, and he gets a single. And I do agree with you, Kishab, that they could have been a bit more inventive, the skipper, and just give the likes of Wedderburn a bit more support in terms of maybe a short catcher. And excellent judgment from Shopasad, picking up the line very early indeed.
I like that idea of the short catcher, especially outside of the off-stump for the 2 right-handers, because he's keeping that outside off-stump line. And we see that they are fending the ball quite comfortably. So putting that fielder there would certainly add pressure.
This one is worked through mid-wicket. It's only going to be a single on offer. Shopasad just stylishly playing that ball into the mid-wicket region. So the score moves on to 63 for 3. And that takes Shopasad on to 20, but it brings skipper Jonathan back on strike. So Innes as well in this over, just guilty of getting a bit too straight, and both batters are just taking their time and taking him off. But he just seems his natural angle is with his wrist position just to get that ball to angle back into the right hander. Possibly he may want to consider going a bit wider outside the line of the off stump and try and challenge the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Just to keep the ball, as you said, getting a bit too straight and strained down to the leg side, allowing the batters to just use their wrists and work the ball onto the leg side. But at the end of 21 overs, the score 63 for the loss of 3. Wedderburn to continue here. Still no field in that short position on the offside. So let's see how he'll fare with this over.
So, getting a bit straight again. So the partnership is with 30 from 76. So just about a run up ball. No, striking at 50. Getting that strike rate. I'm sure they'll want to get that up even more as the inning progresses. But what has happened is that they've really taken the sting at this stage of the out of the Jamaican attack. And this one is lofted high and handsome over long on. So a poor delivery, a drag down from Wedderburn. But what power from this young man, Jonathan, rocks onto the back foot and lifted high and handsome over long on. So the first maximum of the innings here this morning.
Mighty shot there from the skipper, Jonathan Van Lange, as we note that there's no fielder located at the long on position. So able to play that shot very freely, and with the power, it wouldn't have even mattered if a fielder was there because it cleared the boundary ropes by quite some distance.
So Wedderburn coming back really well with this delivery, but
and that shot there, Anil, is part of the reason why we were talking about Wedderburn bowling tight previously, yes, but the batters are also getting their eyes in and seeing his deliveries better. So now they can even attack his bowling.
This one is played down to mid-wicket. Fielder from deep mid-wicket comes off the boundary in a flash. Rifler return into the bowler at the non-striker's end. So the score moves up by 1. It's 71 for 3. And it's becoming too easy at this stage here, Kishav. If you're going to be bowling straight, then you have to make that adjustment in terms of your line, or if not, you're going to have to bring one of the fielders from the offside on the onside and continue to bowl at middle and leg stump line. But you can't be ticked off that easily. You know, the batters are now just getting inside the line and working it very easily indeed. And this one is drilled to mid-on, but what an excellent piece of fielding there. So at the end of over number 22, Guyana losing the toss here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 72 for 3 after over number 22. So it does give some kind of assurance that the partnership is now beyond 30 runs, and they're doing it very easily indeed, Kishav.
Yeah, and definitely based on the fact that their last game they were bowled out for just 102. They would certainly be happy with his performance thus far. Guyana having improved on that, I don't think they would have so much of a downward slide to lose 7 wickets for 30 more runs. And I'm sure they'll pass the score of their previous match. So this pair certainly batting smartly. And as we saw in that last over, we know previously we were lamenting the fact that they weren't running the first one hard and they weren't looking for singles. That last over, we saw a difference in intent as they just looked to work that ball into the open areas. And as you rightly called, you can't have a 6-3 field, only 3 fielders on the leg side if you are bowling straight. You have to keep that ball outside of the off stump.
And I'd just like to expand on that a bit, Kishav. In the white ball format, you really want to be having a 5-4 field, whether it's on the offside or the leg side. So that needs to change. 6-3 is very, very difficult to bowl to.
Again, we see Ennis just being a bit too straight with his line, just angling that ball towards middle or leg rather than starting, as we noted, a couple steps wider outside of the off stump.
And, you know, he's got 6 fielders on the offside, But yes, still he's bowling straight.
And notably, there's no fielder deep on the leg side. The same 6-3 feel. That's much better. Bowl to the field that you have your strength set in, because on the leg side there's a mid-on. There's a field at a very short mid-wicket because he's halfway within the circle. That's about 15 yards from the wicket. And then there's a deep fine leg. So once he strays on that leg side, easy gap to follow.
But an excellent delivery here. Bowling that one right in the crease. Nothing Nicholas could have done other than just played it out as late as possible, out to extra cover. There's no run, so the score remains on 72 for 3. Shopasad. And this one goes to that backward point region. There's no run, and that's the area that he needs to consistently to be bowling, because you've got 6 fielders on the offside. You've got three guys behind point. Okay. So clearly the line has to be outside the line of the off stump. This one is still a bit too straight, but it's played back to the bowler. So at the end of over number 23, Guyana being inserted here by Jamaica. They are 72 for 3. And both batters, Nicholas Chopasad and skipper Jonathan, they seem, at this stage just to be waiting, on the right moment, to push on the scoring. But at this stage of the innings, they're very comfortable in terms of working the singles, taking on the fielders, the boundary riders when the opportunity arises.
Yeah, definitely. Wedderburn is going to continue into his 7th over, and Innes actually completed his 7th over from the other end. So one thing that the captain would be wary of is that both of these bowlers have bowled 14 overs on the trot, and definitely not something you'd want to do in terms of allowing the batters to get comfortable with the same type of deliveries.
And this one is very well played down to that backward square position. Skipper there, Jonathan, that one just spinned a little bit off the street. He was already going into the pull shot, but he adjusted really well to get that ball down to square leg. And again, being ticked off on the leg side.
Still no change, Anil. I think by now they would realize that the batters are easily working the ball into that area, and we are finally seeing a fielder jumping across into that short position.
Well, I'll tell you what, once the ball is full on off stump, the batters now are so good with subtle wrist, they could take the ball from off stump and play it anyway onto the leg side and get rotation. And here he goes again.
Hoisted away into the leg side, and that one dropping one bounce before the boundary rope for 4 runs. So not getting as much purchase on it as last time when he cleared the boundary ropes easily for 6. But again, that one just setting up for it to be hit, Hanel.
Yeah, those deliveries, those short deliveries, just sitting up in the wicket here, and that man, Jonathan Van Lag, he's extremely tall and strong. All he did was rocked into the back foot and deposited just a meter or two inside that long on boundary. So the Guyana beginning to take some control here.
Much better ball there from Wedderburn. I think that's exactly where he'd want to pitch all 6 deliveries if he can.
Well, Jonathan there, excellent bowling from Wedderburn. He had Jonathan was camping again on the back foot, but that was too close to him to be going on to the back foot.
That one again hoisted over that long area for an even bigger 6 this time. That one cleared the first one by quite some distance, and Van Laan certainly taking a liking to the bowling of Wedderburn. Again, that one too much flight on it and too full. Nothing is wrong with flight in the ball, but you can't bowl it into the arc of the batter, especially someone who is showing you that he wants to take it over the leg side. And we see the 50 partnership being brought up there of 92 deliveries. Excellent thus far, Anil.
Yeah, it's a gigantic six here from skipper Jonathan Van Rijn. He launched into that delivery. It was in the arc, but did he extend himself really nicely there through the line of the ball? And he's now beginning to take control of this innings here, skipper Jonathan. And I tell you what, the longer Wedderburn continues, 7 overs to 32 runs, and one would have hoped that, haven't gotten a 5 in the last game, Jamaica definitely would have been looking forward to him, for some wickets. It hasn't happened thus far, so it's really putting a lot of pressure on the skipper now to ring the changes.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's going to make a change in this very over. As you can see him just standing next to umpire Cowlesser and having a short discussion with a couple of his teammates in terms of what's going to take place here with this bowling change, because Wedderburn getting 5 in the last game, and this game, after starting off very tidily with his figures, now 32 conceded from his 7 overs.
And is it a case, Kishab, where Wedderburn is looking for wickets every delivery, and that has really affected his control in that way?
It definitely could be that as well, because we have seen at least 3 or 4 shots played down on the leg side, and only after the last one we saw a fielding change. So it looks like the new bowler is going to be number 6, Kevondre Virgo.
Kevondre Virgo. So it's going to be Virgo. And he starts up with a wide, so you will have to reload that delivery. But Virgo, very wary indeed. Looks a very strong man indeed, Kishav.
That first delivery certainly had some pace on it, so if he can pitch within the right areas, exciting prospect to see what Virgo can produce for his team.
So Kevondre Virgo runs away from the northern end. And this one is played handsomely, but some good feeling at extra cover. So Jonathan, the Guyanese skipper, he's now really into his stride, and everything just seems to be coming off the middle of the blade.
And that one was stopped by the Jamaica skipper, Brad Barnes. So from skipper to skipper, certainly trying to keep that bit of pressure building.
Oh, and a naughty shot there from Jonathan. It's a nothing shot. He's not trying to drive. He's not trying to cut. He's just trying to play the ball late down to third man, but not getting close enough to it. Unable to do that.
I think he actually walked on the wicket a couple of steps there as well, and seems to have premeditated that shot. I think he wanted to come down and play through the square area on the offside, but missing it entirely. Again, we see him walking down there, and this time flicking that one down to the leg side. 2 fielders on the boundary there, backward square and a deep fine leg, so just a single, but you can see his intent already, Anil. First over he's facing from Virgo and already looking to step down the track.
Well, that's important, because you don't want these bowlers to just come to the bowling crease and just bowl and bowl and bowl. As a batter, you want to continue to show that intent, and more importantly, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And when you start doing these subtle movements, it does bring about some the attention of the skipper. And Shopasad just shouldering his arms there, allowing that to go into the mitt of the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, definitely.
So wicketkeeper Brian doing a tidy job thus far for Guyana under 17s. You're looking at the... And this one is played through mid-wicket. This one, that's all it's going to be. Some excellent work from the man down at deep backward square. Moving about 15 meters to his left. He really got there in a flash and rifled a return down at the non-striker's end. So 1 to the total. The score moves on to 88 for 3, and we just about the halfway stage, Kishav. Oh, and that one just kissed the surface there. The ugly shot there from skipper Jonathan Van Dyke. But at the end of over number 25, Guyana losing the toss at the National Cricket Centre. Immediately, Jamaica winning the toss and asking the Guyanese to take first strike. They were 39 for 3, and they've made an excellent recovery indeed. That partnership is now worth in excess of 50 runs, and both players, they've gotten the pace of the pitch, and now they're just really taking the opportunity to milk these Jamaican bowlers.
Yeah, so the batters have taken their time. They have gotten their heads in. And with this ability at this stage already being set, Showprasad facing 60 deliveries and Van Lange facing 39 deliveries, 24 to Showprasad, 28 to Van Lange. They have spent more than enough time at the crease to adjust themselves to the pace of the wicket. And I think at this point in time, they should both be looking to carry on and make 50s each and even further for their team. So the new bowler is DeMarco Scott. Has been labelled as a very promising all-rounder. Right arm off spin, and that one we can already see starting down the leg side. From talking to his manager earlier, he indicated that everyone in the camp says that Scott reminds them of Tamal Lambert, the former Jamaican player, and it seems to be his batting style. So excited to see when he comes out with the bat when required.
So nicely flighted delivery. This one is on driven by Showprasad. Doesn't get a run, but I love to see the batters now with the feelers just on the 30-yard circle, taking on these feelers. And it's a loud appeal for a stump out. The umpire is having none of it at square leg.
On move there, Kelman Kolesa, as you see, look at the replay. Nice delivery from Scott, pitching a decent area, and that one, if he just got a bit more turn and it would have easily gone on to hit the stumps.
But I like the intent from Showprasad. That ball was in the arc to play that sock sweep. Unfortunately for him, he didn't make the contact, but I love that level of intent that he's taking on the bowlers and not doing so in a manner that and this one is trailed down to mid-on. There's no run. So there are 4 fielders on the leg side. And he's going to take it on now.
Bit of a wayward throw there from Mackenzie, but great backing up by the skipper, Brad Barnes. In fact, he had to take that ball over the keeper's head, as we now see him coming back into the screen. And he's also making a field change one time to send Mackenzie down to that long on area, knowing fully well that Van Lange has favoured that area of the field already. Scored 2 sixes and a 4 in that exact part. So with the off spinner Scott, the ball turning into Van Lange, I'm sure he would be looking to go that direction again.
And that ball just spinning along the leg side. So a wide call. Takes the score to 90. So DeMarco Scott starting up pretty decently in his first over. And this one is worked down to long off. It's only a single on offer. So after over number 26, 91 for 3.
Skipper 29 from 40. Showprasad 25 from 65.
So we just passed the halfway stage. If we were to multiply that score by half, maybe 180, 190. But I'm sure if both these players are able to continue for any considerable period of time, possibly for the next 10 overs, they could, Guyana could get in excess of maybe 210, 220.
I think they'll definitely have to get a total of on or around 200, given the fact that Jamaica has strong batting as well. Skipper Brad Barnes, who would have also been part of that under-19 team. In fact, he was captain of the under-19 team that won the 50 overs and the 3-day tournament. So that one is played straight behind the head of the bowler there. A lovely looking shot think it's one bounce into the boundary, and now we see the umpire signaling 4 runs. So definitely use that first over from Virgo to line him up again. It's just stepping into the line of the ball and premeditating that shot and executing it very well, knowing that no fielder is positioned there. Now, as a captain, Anil, what would you do in this situation? We are seeing that Van Lange is certainly playing much more attacking than the first half of his innings. Would you leave that fielder outside there and prevent those boundaries, or look for a catch rather than keep them in the circle, given the fact that you can spread the field?
Well, one of the most important features of what has to take place immediately is that the bowlers have to be in sync with the captain in terms of setting a field that they're going to be bowling to. If you're going to be bowling all over the shop, then it's very difficult indeed to defend. But Jonathan Van Lange, he's really taken this game by the scruff of the neck. And because of his aggressive approach, he's now creating some headaches, Skipper Barnes.
Yeah, and I mean, he went from his strike rate being under 50 to now having 33 from 42. So approaching close to run a ball, I would say strike rate just around 70 or so.
And because of this approach that he has taken, you have no choice but to send the fielders on the boundary.
That's
and this one is
shot.
cut away. And it goes into the boundary. So the skipper, Jonathan Van Lange, he's really showing his full array of shots here, short and wide, asking to be given the treatment, and he executed to perfection and getting a boundary. So we're seeing that the wheels from the Jamaican bowlers just coming off a bit here because of the fact that skipper Jonathan Van Lange, he is taking a more proactive approach to his innings. And because of that intent, now you can't just defend the singles. You've got to look at defending the boundaries. So looking for a single there at backward point. Yes, that single wasn't on at all. It was traveling too quickly to the man at backward point. So the 100 comes up for Guyana in the over number 27. So it's 100 for 3. Skipper moves on to 37. And very encouraging signs indeed.
Yeah, the reality is with the bowling right now, as Virgo comes in again here, it's a nice looking shot from Van Lange, and they get a single this time, playing it just wide of that fielder on the cover point position. The reality is the aggressive nature of Van Lange has thrown the bowlers off of their line and length.
Yeah, but what I think also as well too, Kishav, is that the pitch to me just seems to be getting better and better and better. So they're trusting the bounce of the pitch, and that's one of the reasons Jonathan, the skipper of the Guyana team, and he's got a very good support from the other end, Nicholas Chopasad, showing the maker's name back to the bowler. So at the end of over number 27, it's 101 for 3. Both these batters, they've really taken the sting out of the Jamaican bowling attack.
And the reality is that apart from the bowlers being thrown off their line and length due to the attacking nature of the batters, as you rightfully said, they are playing the balls with much more confidence now. Whether it's due to the pitch actually evening out a bit with the sunshine, or it could be due to the fact that they have spent so long at the crease that their confidence has grown eons, and at this point in time they are playing the ball regardless of the invariable bounce. They are going through their shots knowing fully well that they have seen how the pitch has played for the first half of the innings and now looking to accelerate in the latter part.
But what I felt that possibly helped improve the surface as well, with that little drizzle getting on the surface, is just help the surface to settle along a bit.
And with that brilliant sunshine right after the drizzle as well, and it's almost perfect in terms of just allowing that ball to come through and skid through a bit.
Yeah, so it's going to be DeMarco Scott from the pavilion end. But and he trails this one back to the bowler, not being able to feel it. It ricochets, but there's no run. And this one is hammered out to extra cover. So Jonathan Van Lack, the skipper of the Guyana team, he is definitely showing a lot of intent here. And this one is worked down to long. It's only a single on offer.
Yeah, the skipper has certainly shifted gears, and that allows his partner as well to just work the ball along, look to rotate the strike, get his singles, and Shobasad has really been playing intelligently, changing the field long off and long on coming into the circle.
So this one is played away to mid-wicket. There's no run. Oh, and that one just keeping a trifle low, but excellent batting from Nicholas Chopasad. Waiting on that delivery, playing it at the very last moment. There's no run. This one, he loses the keeper. They go for one. Are they going to turn for two? No, they aren't. They're going to just wait on the signal from the umpire. So just getting a tickle there.
Yeah.
So that takes the score on to 102 for 3. So excellent going by both these batters, Nicholas Chopasad and Jonathan Van Lack.
At the end of 28 overs, the score 103, with a loss of 3, current run rate 3.68. 22 overs left in the innings, so just on or about 132 balls to go. I'm sure from those 132 balls, if they can even just get 100 and get over that 200 mark, because we saw last game that Trinidad and Tobago defended their score of 195, and in reality Windward Islands, after having an early collapse, they actually came pretty close in the end, getting 178 for 9.
Well, it does show that if you're able to negotiate the new ball here at the National Cricket Centre, it does get easier and easier as the innings progress.
And Guyana, with this total of 103, actually has passed their total from the last game when they were 102 all out.
So excellent delivery from Vogel. Nicholas gets into line, taps it out to that square leg position. There's no run. My apology, mid-wicket. So Kevandre Vogel, bowling from the northern end, still to get a wicket into his third over. And this one is caressed out to extra cover. Skipper Barnes doing the fielding, attempting to throw down the sticks at the striker's end.
I'm sure Skipper Barnes at this stage might be tempted to even bring himself into the bowling attack.
Well, it may not be a bad idea at all, just to change things up a bit. This one is played out to that short point position. There's no run. So the score is kept on 103 for 3. Current run rate just hovering around that 3.61. So Barnes bowling with a Vogel bowling with a third man, a backward point, a cover point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. And this one is guided down to that backward point position. There's no run. So Vogel doing a good job with skipper Barnes. Skipper Jonathan just having a little chat there with Chopasad, possibly just telling him, don't get flustered, we are doing an excellent job for our team, just needs to continue to work hard. And he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. A lovely delivery there from Vogo, pitching outside the line of the off stump, just about that 4-stump line. Shopasad was just throwing his hands at the ball. Fortunately for him, didn't take the outside edge, but he leaves the fight on again. This one is played out to backward point. So at the end of over number 29, 103 for 3. Skipper Jonathan on 39 and Nicholas Shopasad, he's on 26.
So Guyana at this stage really and truly in the ascendancy, given the fact that the first 10 overs they were 30 odd for the loss of 3 wickets. This time definitely over 70 runs at this stage, but even looking to go towards that 100 mark. And with this pair at the crease, in fact I was talking to the manager of the Guyanese team earlier, Hanil, and he said he was very disappointed in the first game because he has a confidence in all of these players to score at least 300 per game based on their batting prowess. In fact, he was stating that their batting is their strength. And we are seeing now, I mean, even from the previous batters who lost their wickets due to some errant shots, they all have natural talent, natural class and flair. It's just to couple that with the mental strength and the ability to focus while in the game itself and let that talent count. It's going to be Scott here. The Marco famous first name, Dan Solati, is coming out of Jamaica. Would have been back in the time of myself and the producer, Mr. Passad. Grew up on a lot of those songs, indeed. Very popular in the bazaars and discos down here in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, just this Saturday, there's a upcoming concert with 4 Jamaican artists attending the show. So I'm sure these boys would love to attend if they could, but Sunday being games as well, I don't think that they would have that opportunity.
So we are seeing a change of field on the leg side there. So there's now 5 fielders along on deep mid wicket. And as soon as he makes that change, the skipper Jonathan just backing away and punching that ball through extra cover. So toying with the field is the Guyanese skipper Jonathan.
Now Van Lange here, 41 from 50, and I'm sure you recall when his strike rate was under 50 runs and it looked as if he was just finding the fielders with every strike. It's amazing what a couple of boundaries can do, because ever since he hit that 6 over long on and then another 6 and a 4 in that same area, he has certainly been in much more aggression and confidence with his gameplay.
Well, he's been in sublime form here at the National Cricket Centre. This one is hammered out to extra cover, rocks onto the back foot, looking to pierce that field again through extra cover, finding the fielder, Marco Scott.
He's a solid guy as well, Van Lange. Even the shot that he's playing within the circle all have pace.
And just overcompensating here, getting this ball down the leg side. So it's another run added to the total. There's another extra. And I just think that he's playing Russian roulette there. That ball just keeping a trifle low, hitting the inside edge. That ball could have well just gone on and hit the wicket. So he's got to be careful here, skipper Jonathan Van Lange. I just want to split out to backward point. There's no run.
At this stage they're going along nicely, so he doesn't really need to be too dismayed if he misses out on those shots. Has the ability to score boundaries when he wishes. As we see here again, that one hit up in the air, goes down to the fielder, long on. Would he take it? And a catch taken by the captain, Barnes. put himself in that position for a reason. And the captain taking the catch to dismiss the Guyanese captain, Jonathan Van Lans, just as we were saying, and there's no need at all for that shot. 41 from 53, going along very nicely. Approaching the 30th over, still 20 overs to go in the innings. And he threw his innings away by playing that shot straight down the throat of the captain, Brad Barnes.
Well, all that took was 4 dot balls. 4 dot balls, 4 consecutive dot balls, and it brought about his downfall. So
you can see him just hanging his head in shame there as he walks away, because really and truly, as captain of the team, should have set a better example. Played really well to reach to that stage with that 41 from 50-odd deliveries. But at the same time, you can't reach to that stage and then give it all up. As we see, he was going for the same area where he got those 3 boundaries previously, but this one falling within the ropes. And again, good decision from Captain Barnes, because previously he was feeling within the circle. In fact, he was at slip for the off spinner DeMarco Scott, and then he changed the field, put himself down there, and a simple thing as momentum could allow for that wicket to change. So we see the players taking a bit of a water break on the field, and we'll take a short break and resume very short.
And we are back here after the resumption. Guyana losing the toss here at the National Cricket Centre, being inserted by Jamaica. They are 106 for 4, and a very timely blow indeed by Jamaica, getting rid of the dangerous Guyanese skipper Jonathan Van Lang. But out comes Romario Deonarin. And this one is played out to backward point. There's no run. So Romeo. Kevandre Vogo, 3.1 overs, 1 maidens, 14 dots, 13 runs, no wicket. And this one is drilled back to the bowler. He's attempting to affect that run out, but just turns away and goes back to his mark. Kevondre Vogo into his fourth over now, none for 13. He'll want to change that. He'll want to add some wickets to the wickets column. Guyana having a very good partnership broken. And this one is played out to backward point. This one is there's a throw coming in there at the non-striker's end. So excellent feeling from this Jamaican outfit. Lovely feeling again. Just possibly need to take the pace. Just playing it a bit too hard out to the fielders. Yeah, that fielder at backward point. Not giving himself an opportunity. Just rehearsing off drive was a show Prasad. There's no addition to the score. And going for that booming drive outside the line will be awesome and perilously close to the outside edge. But no damage done. So the score remains on 106 for 4. We are into over number 31. So lovely conditions here at the National Cricket Centre. The sun is out in all its glory. And a naughty shot again. Just trying to play that ball along to third man, making no contact whatsoever. So at the end of over number 31, Guyana 106 for 4. Nicholas Chopasad, he is not out on 26. And Romeo Devanarian, he's yet to get off the mark. So just a sprinkling of supporters here at the National Cricket Centre. Trinidad and Tobago coming up against the Leeward Islands at Presal at Inchinali Park. So a lot of support there for the home team. I'd like to welcome back Kishav Bahadur.
Thank you, Anil. Just had to take a bit of a washroom break while the drinks break was going on, and it's great to see that after the resumption, Jamaica will be looking to capitalize on getting that very important wicket of the skipper, Van Lange. And as you mentioned, with the other games taking place at this point in time, just to bring you up to date on the scores there. You're seeing that Windward Islands versus Barbados. Windward Islands batting first, 65 for the loss of 5 wickets in the 32nd over. And Trinidad and Tobago versus Leewards. Leewards on 34 for 1.
And a loud appeal from the wicketkeeper, Brian, but umpired was on move. Leeward Islands on the 17th, 34 for 1. So, and this one going for that drive, just possibly coming off the toe of the bat. So skipper Barnes smelling some blood here at the National Cricket Centre, getting himself in at that second slip position. It's going to be. And this one is just left alone outside the line of the off stump. So with that wicket, Kishav, things have started to look a bit different out in the middle.
And that's exactly what Jamaica wanted. That's why I was saying it really was a pivotal point in the innings. As you see again a play and a miss. It really was a pivotal point there, Anil, where Van Lange, I would use the words, threw away his wicket, because there really and truly was no need for him to do that at that stage.
Yeah, he was really taking control of the contest until he gave his hand away. But here we're seeing some spin on offer for DeMarco Scott.
And with the right-handed off-spinner Scott getting the wicket of Captain Van Lange, a left-handed batter comes to the crease in Romeo Devanarian. So an even better possibility here for Scott to get more wickets.
Well, I just want to see him come from wrong the wicket here, get closer into the stump, so the ball is spinning, right? Trying to get that ball to go in, drift into the left-hander, and at the last moment, if you could get that ball to spin away, he's gonna, to me, to the left-hander, he's going to be more effective at bowling from around the wicket rather than over the wicket trying to angle the ball across the left-hander.
Yeah, definitely. And when you go around the wicket, just that natural angle with your hand coming across your body, you get more revs, you get a bit of underspin as a ball as well. Different tactics you can use from going around the wicket with the seam and variation of the flight and angles.
Well, I'm surprised that Guyana, did take the opportunity to send a left-hander out with the off-spinner in operation. But I'm sure, they would know exactly, how they want to carry on for the rest of the innings.
It's going to be E.J. Spence into the attack. Spence, also one of the returning players from the under-17 team last year, hailing from Westmoreland in Jamaica.
But as we're having this conversation, the groundsmen, they are getting into position, so the possibility of an interruption might just be around the corner.
If I was Jamaica, I'd be looking to start this over as quickly as possible and at least try and get through this over with the pending rain incoming. Put some pressure on the batters. Never easy to bat or bowl once that drizzle is in play.
So E.J. Spencer, another off-spinner coming to the attack from the northern end. He's bowling with a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And this one is worked out to that short mid-wicket position region. And there's no run. And this one is driven. Lovely flowing off drive up to mid-off. There's no run. And you look at E.J. Spence, he does have a bit of that Nathan Lyon approach to the crease. And Nicholas just getting a bit aggressive in his approach there, possibly just feeling the effects of not scoring Kishav, and going for that slug sweep there was Nicholas. But for the sake of Guyana, he's one of the set batters out in the middle. It's important for him to carry on. So he's feeling the effects of not scoring. But there's a wrongful toss that he has. There's a lot of people run out, but they're able to get in.
After 4 dot deliveries to start, that full toss just easing the pressure. And at the same time, we have seen many occasions where that full toss could lead to a wicket as well, others. So
Yeah,
by all means.
it have had, full tosses sometimes could be a little tricky to execute. And more often than not, it does bring about the batter's downfall. But it's going to be Romeo, Dave Narin to take strike. And it's spinning away. So the batters to come: Vincent Bruce, Matthew Potier, Gulcharan, Chula, Salim Jalin, and Darwin Joseph. So the Guyanese do bat deep.
And if you take a look at their scorecard from the previous game, when they were bowled out for 102, we note that the top score in that game was from the opener Kevin Kiston, who we saw was playing aggressively. Apart from that, Show Prasad had 19, Van Lange had 10, and Matthew Pataya, vice captain, at 14. The rest of batters were unable to pass double digits. So I'm sure Jamaica will be mindful of that. We note that Junarain is actually a new player in this game who did not play in that previous game. So it would be very interesting to see how he plays his role.
So Romeo Dave Narin might be making his debut here at the National Cricket Centre. But this one is perilously close to the off stump there. Shopasad trying to back away to hit the ball through the offside, and just a quarter paint away from the off stump. Very easy action indeed, and a loud appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up. I would love to see that again. It just seems to be heading down the leg side, but we'll have to have another look at that. But the man who matters most has raised the dreaded finger.
You see a look at this replay here. Good flight from Scott. And it seems to have struck him actually on his back leg that was on the ground. So could very well have been going on to hit that middle stump there. Initially it seemed as if it was going to hit closer to the leg stump side, but on the replay we have definitely seen that ball going onto the stumps. Umpire Kevin Cisnet, no hesitation at all to raise his finger. And again, Anil, what sort of shot was that in the circumstances, knowing fully well you have just lost your captain playing an errant shot in the previous over from Scott, so it really wasn't that long ago. This delivery full on the line of the stumps. He could have just simply played it straight back.
Yeah, all he needed to do was just open up a bit and play that ball down to mid-on, and he would have still be batting. But going for that sweep shot, it was too full to play that shot. It was almost on the crease area, and he was trying to play that. So again, another set batter, threw his hand away.
I think at that point in time, he may have even yorked himself by going to play that sweep shot, because if he just played with the full face of the bat as he has done for all 60 plus balls of his innings thus far, again, you just wonder sometimes. I know batters would be thinking to be innovative and to cause a bit of change when required, but at this stage, the set batter in the team, some 16 odd overs left after this, close to 100 deliveries left in the game's play, he could have easily batted out the rest of overs and get his team to a very competitive score. And now 2 new batters at the crease, 2 left-handers at that. What an enticing prospect for the off-spinner Scott. 2 from 8 in his 5th over.
Yeah, well, 2 left-handers, 2 off-spinners in operation. So I'm very surprised by that move. And another one bites the dust here, going for that booming drive, taking the outside edge, and skipper Barnes making no mistake at that second slip position. So Guyana really now, Kishav, could expose themselves to being bowled out here at the National Cricket Centre.
Now, Anil, as a vice captain, you have just come to the crease. Look at that delivery. In the right area, and a very good catch from Captain Barnes. In fact, I love that he put 2 slips in play to keep that pressure on. And what are your thoughts on that shot from the vice captain of Guyana under 17 walking to the crease with his first delivery?
Well, there's only one word to describe that, and it's called irresponsible. Irresponsible indeed. There's absolutely no need. There is still 16.4 overs to bat in this innings, and now they've really exposed their middle and lower order to this Jamaican team. And with both off-spinners in operation, I tell you what, Kishav, it could really spell bad news for this Guyanese team.
Now, previously, when they passed their total in the first game of 102, they were 103 for the loss of 3. I said at that point, there's no way that Guyana can have such a slump to be bowled out cheaply again. And in the space of 4 runs, we have seen 3 wickets. I think at this point, Adil, anything could happen for the rest of this game.
Yeah, skipper Barnes might just be thinking out a forward short leg as well. Why not? Well, we have a leg gully being placed now. And I just felt that Coach Ned should have sent a right-hander at that stage rather than continuing with 2 left-handers. And a loud appeal, and
he's given him again, stepping across the stumps, and that one hitting him plumb on the pads. What is taking place here? 3 wickets in this over from the Marco Scott. As we take a look at the replay, you can clearly see he stepped across so much so that his leg stump was showing. And really and truly, it's the second delivery you are facing from this bowler. The bowler has gotten multiple wickets in the innings thus far. take your time. Just play the ball on its merit.
But it's unbelievable stuff from the batters here, Kishab. How can you explain that? All you got to do is just open up the left leg and play that ball straight back down from where it comes, from where it's coming down. But this is impossible. Unbelievable stuff here.
107 for the loss of 7. 4 wickets passing for the 4 runs since they reached that total of 103 for the loss of 3. And just to bear in mind, the last game that Jamaica played against Leeward Islands, they bowled out Leeward Islands for 112 and they scored 113 for 2 in just 22.1 overs. Captain Brad Barnes scoring not out 46 from 35, and DeMarco Scott, who's bowling right now, 29 from 66, as we take a look at the replay here. These are the 3 wickets in this over from Scott. The first one, very ill-advised sweep shot trying to be played there. That was from the set batter.
But it's unbelievable stuff here, Kishab. I'm not believing my eyes what is happening here now.
The second wicket in that over. Comfortable catch taken by skipper Barnes, and you can see the smile on his face all the way from here in the commentary booth. And the third wicket here, LBW Plum. Scott to finish his over here. Can he get another? And it's defended by the new batter, Bruce Vincent. Smartly so. A triple wicket maiden, and when last have you seen that in all of the cricket that you are involved in?
Well, I'm more concerned about the manner in which these young men has gotten out, to be honest with you. Ashok Prasad, one of the set batters in the team, batting really well, just lost his skipper, Jonathan Van Ding, and now, playing that injudicious shot, going right across the line of the delivery in attempting to play that sweep shot. And one must always keep in mind that you want to execute that sweep shot when the ball is pitched outside the line of the leg stump and not when it's honing in on the stumps. Yes, we've seen players have done that in the past, but once you miss, it's more than likely the umpires are going to send you on your way. But this is really, 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 really unbelievable stuff here at the National Cricket Centre.
So we're going to see a change in the bowling here. It looks like Ann Ennis is coming back into the attack, and must say I'm a bit surprised by this change. I have no difficulty with bringing back the pacer, but I thought that Mackenzie, the opening fast bowler with 2 wickets, would have been that option.
Well, I'm not surprised at all. Remember, Keisha, one has to take
bonus points.
The bonus points for fast bowlers. So everyone is looking to, each team is very aware of, that the bonus that's given to every wicket taken by the fast bowlers. So it doesn't surprise me one bit, but you've got 2 bowlers bowling in tandem with each other, and they're doing a splendid job.
Yeah, definitely agree with the fast bowling option. I think the only surprise for me was that Ennis came back instead of Clark or Mackenzie, the 2 opening bowlers who certainly penetrated with their pace and with their shorter deliveries as well. But it could very well be a tactic, as in Ennis having only 2 overs left after this one. He gets through his overs fairly quickly as well. So no harm in bringing him back to just keep the batsman pegged down a bit and then bring back your premier fast bowlers coming to the latter stage of the innings.
But at this stage, you really wanna, try and finish off this back end of the batting, the lower end of the batting. So you want to bring back, if you're gonna bring back your strike bowler. They're smelling, the Jamaicans, they're definitely smelling blood here at the National Cricket Centre. Just one is played out to square leg, there's no run. So we've got 6 fielders on the offside, but yet still this ball is angling into the stumps.
And that's the same problem that Ennis had in his first spell. Hence the reason why I was a bit surprised that he's coming in at this stage, because the previous fast bowlers, they occupied that line outside of the off stump and forced the batter to play in that angle. Again, we see going down the leg side on a wide delivery. So a simple thing as this over, a 3-wicket maiden in the previous one, and then now this over just easing a bit of pressure.
Yeah, definitely easing a lot of pressure. The off spinner, he was bowling really well, but skipper Barnes is also aware that he wants to get some fast bowling points under the team for the team.
Now each of his fast bowlers actually has 5 overs left, and he also has 3 overs left from the left-hand spinner Wedderburn. Now with a right-handed batter at the crease, a right-handed left-hand combination, no harm in also trying the left-hand spinner to get through those overs.
So Bruce Vincent trying to provide some support for this Guyana team. Losing 3 wickets in the previous over, and how quickly things can turn around in a game of cricket. And this one is tugged through the outside. They're gonna get one. They're gonna, oh my goodness, it's poor running. It's difficult enough to score runs, but when you have the opportunity, you've got to take every single run and offer. And I just felt that was very poor running indeed by the Spear.
Agreed. I think from the start of the innings, we were lamenting how many singles that they did not take, how many times they ran the first one slowly and did not push for that second run. We note from the previous game that we did handle with Trinidad and Tobago and Windwards. Both Trinidad and Tobago and Windwards showed excellent running between the wickets. A lot of shots played with soft hands just in or around the square. A lot of shots played to the left or right of the fielders, opening the face, using the wrist, and getting the ball into those gaps. But also the communication between the batters at the crease is most important. Having that understanding with the non-striker and that ability to know before he even calls that it's a single.
So it's going to be the man who have been very destructive here at the National Cricket Centre. Marcus Scott having returns of 4 wickets to 8 runs, and he's in over number 6. And he could well end up with about 7-8 wickets here today, Kishav.
I'm sure he'll be looking
7
for his
at
fifth.
least.
Well bowled there from Scott. Another thing to notice about him, he is short in height, and many of his deliveries have kept extra low. So it could very well be one of those factors where even though he's flighting the ball, it's keeping low due to the trajectory.
But he's maintaining a very tidy line and length. Bruce Vincent trying to keep him out. And this one is hit into the onside. They got
Again running the first one slowly. Fielder had to come all the way off the boundary ropes at Cow Corner to field that ball in mid-wicket, and they just stayed for a single.
Yeah, so again, they will want to improve the running. But now the score is on Nelson, 111 for 7. Kishab get that left leg up. And this one doing a bit too much. Possibly just starting it a bit too straight. And it's a wide. But bang on target. Dave Narayan. And this one is played down to mid-off. And it's a direct hit at the non-striker's end, but Vincent is home. So at the end of over number 36, 113 for 7.
Some good feeling there by Weatherburn on his strong hand on the left side. As you say, a special good afternoon to Miss Gayatri and also Mr. Mara Balram. Very integral to the tournament here in Trinidad and Tobago. All of the hard work done behind the scenes. And also we have a national under-19 player in our midst, wicketkeeper Mateus Komal, who came back from representing Trinidad and Tobago in that series. And it's going to be Rashawn McKenzie to resume the attack. So that's what I was looking for. Instead of bringing back in Ennis, who really didn't penetrate as much, we have Rashawn McKenzie, who had 4 runs only conceded in his first 5 overs, bowled 2 consecutive maidens, and got 2 wickets in that spell. So at this point, you really want your strike bowlers to come and to capitalize while they have the ability to scuttle Guyana for a low total.
So skipper Barnes looking to clean up the tail here. Bringing back one of his strikers, Rashawn McKenzie. Figures of 2 for 4 in 5 overs. And this one is played down to that third man position. Just opening the face was Romeo. Getting the single, it takes the score on to 114 for 7. It brings the right-handed Romeo on strike.
Vincent, that is. The
Oh, my apology, Bruce Vincent. And this one is on the body. It's running down to third fine leg. And excellent work there indeed. Saving his team at least 2 runs.
As we saw there though, Anil, he actually, yes, and 4 being signaled rightfully by the umpire, he picked up the ball while his feet were behind the rope. So despite all of the efforts to stop that ball, it's just a little bit of lapse in concentration there, and it still ended up being 4 runs.
But an excellent effort indeed. A total commitment, I must admit.
Can't fault him for that at all. The dedication and commitment, absolutely on point.
So that boundary takes Bruce Vincent on to 6. It takes the score on to 118. And just getting into line, playing it out back on the onside is no run. So the loss of Captain Jonathan Anshopasad, the scoring has really gone nowhere since the dismissal of both these batters. So Bruce Vincent showing some batting ability. You know, you want to see some stickability as well. Still 13 overs to go in this inning, so one would hope that, you know, they battle to the end of this 50 overs. And this one is pulled through mid-wicket. It's heading out towards the boundary. And it's a touch and go at this stage. We'll have to wait on the umpire.
I think that was great work, in fact, by the fielder, because we can see even from the dead still shot, as we look here, sprinting, stopping it.
I think it did go into the ropes.
Yes, you can just see from that.
Yeah, where the rope was deflected a bit. But the umpire, you know, they will have to take, you know, the word of the fieldsman. But and nevertheless, 3 valuable runs added to the total. So that takes the score to 121 for 7 at the end of over number 37.
And in fairness to the fielder on that occasion, granted, when he stopped the ball, he ran past, so he really couldn't have seen or felt if the ball touched the rope. So when he came back to retrieve the ball and saw it inside the rope, that probably was an honest statement where he believed that they did not go for 4.
But what is very interesting indeed, Kishab, is that we are seeing total commitment from all these Jamaican fielders. They're chasing the ball right to the very end, and you want to see that at this age group level. So that's only good uh, signs for the future in terms of the fielders taking on board the challenge of trying to save that ball from a boundary.
So you see in the other fast bowler, opening bowler, Dante Clark returning to the attack, and notably there's been a switch of ends because previously Mackenzie bowled from the media center end where we are facing now, and Clark bowled from the outer bowl end. So not sure if that's an intentional change by the captain, but Mackenzie did not look as comfortable in that previous over, and Clark has started better here than he started on the other end.
Yeah, Dante Clark right on the money from the wood go. Bowling from the pavilion end. Right arm seamer.
That one is hoisted into the leg side, but hitting the toe of the bat and going straight to the fielder there. You can see Captain Brad Barnes just asking him why he didn't run. Why didn't he test faith there and run into the arms of the skipper, who was ready and rearing to aim for a direct hit at the stumps.
Oh, and a wild swing outside the line of the off stump. That was very, very close to be calling out wide. And here it is. Bruce Vincent was throwing the kitchen sink at that delivery. Fortunately for him, not getting a touch. So his eyes probably just lit up with that wide full delivery. And this one, he goes past the outside edge and he's caught behind. So wicket number 8 goes here. Dante Clark coming back for a second spell and immediately getting the wicket of Bruce Vincent. Caught at the wicket for 9.
And definitely this seems to be the wicket's end, because I think at least 7 out of the 8 wickets have fallen from this end. That one getting that extra bounce that we were noting previously. And you see the difference there, Anil, which is why I was asking for Clark or Mackenzie to come back compared to Ennis, because Ennis really didn't have the amount of pace and the zip in the ball to go through and beat the batter for pace.
Yeah, so Guyana losing another wicket here. Wicket number 8 goes down. Gulcharan Chulhai.
Very exquisite name indeed, Gulcharan Chulai.
So the score 121 now for 8. But that's an excellent delivery indeed. Just on the corridor of uncertainty. You don't expect number 9, 10 and 11 to really be able to negotiate those deliveries. But, you know, Vincent trying his endeavor best there. Just hanging out his bat to dry and taking the outside edge. Feathering a catch to the wicketkeeper Brian. And wicket number 8 goes down. So 0.1 of a fast bowling point.
Definitely, and added to his first wicket. So Clark has 2 wickets, Mackenzie has 2 wickets, 4 for fast bowlers, and the other 4 have gone to DeMarco Scott, the off spinner.
Oh, and what a wonderful delivery indeed. That Yorker just on the crease. But Gulcharan Chulhai doing just enough in squeezing that ball out back down the pitch.
Yeah, definitely. He would be encouraged here to just take his time and play each ball on its merit. 2 more wickets left, 12 overs after this delivery. Lots of the balls still to go in the innings.
And this one is pushed through extra cover. This one, it's going to get too comfortable, and they're going to stay at home.
I like that from Chulai though. It was a full toss delivery, and he just played it with a straight bat, played it safe, got 2 runs added to the score.
So at the end of over number 38, Guyana batting first here at the National Cricket Centre. They are 123 for 8, with Gulcharan Chulhai on 2 and Romeo Dave Narin, he's on 3 not out. Dante Clark getting his second wicket coming back for his second spell. So in this second spell, he just seems to be a bit more aggressive. He just seems to be more at home, hitting the crease very hard indeed, and being able to just extract that maybe a little bit more piece off the surface.
And the irony is that his first spell from the other end, he was rather expensive and he just wasn't able to find consistency with his line and length. He was erring, bowled 2 or 3 good deliveries and then 2 or 3 loose ones. And that previous over was certainly tremendous improvement from that first spell, and granted, got a wicket as reward.
And, it's just testimony sometimes that if you're struggling at one end, it might just be helpful, for the skipper to switch you around and see if your fortunes, could change.
And let's see if it continues for Mackenzie, because he previously bowled from this media center end and bowled really well. And we saw that the last over he had from this end was a touch expensive, but I'm sure he wouldn't let that phase him and try to get his wicket here of the left-handed Jernarine on strike.
And gets stylishly into line is Dave Narin. There's no run to do addition to the score. 11.5 overs still to bat. Guyana on the verge of being bowled out here at the National Cricket Centre. Not having a good time with the bats thus far in the tournament. Being bowled out for 102 in their last encounter. And really struggling here at the National Cricket Centre at 123 for 8. And it's not something that you would expect from a Guyana team. Guyana is noted to have world-class batters, but just in recent times, it just seems to be eluding them by producing some excellent batters. And this one comes off the body. It goes on to fine leg. It's going to be signal a leg by. So the score moves up by 1. 124 for 8. It does bring Gulcharan Chulhai back on strike. So it's important, for both these wickets here, Kishav, to continue to fight. They may not get a score that they may consider to be competitive, but what is important from my perspective is that they try and bat out the full allocation of the 50 overs.
Well, that's always the first rule in any limited overs version of the game. Bat out all the overs and you stand the best chance of winning the game. Runs on the board are always runs to defend, and you can never tell what would happen with the other team. You know that Jamaica was very confident in their batting approach in their first game. I'm sure from having seen Brad Barnes bat a couple of times, his aggressive nature is part of his natural game, so he wouldn't really be looking to play much differently, but doesn't change anything with the collapse around him.
Take some water from so now.
So Mackenzie doing much better in this over thus far. Only 1 leg by conceded, 5 deliveries gone. Building that pressure again.
So Jamaica, twin champions at the under 19 level, winning the 3-day tournament as well as the limited overs, and doing a splendid job at the under 17 level as well. So it's saying to me, Kishab, that the cricket in Jamaica has definitely lifted a bit.
And not only that, don't forget that Jamaica Talawas, as we know the CPL is coming up soon, they are the defending champions. And in addition to that, the senior men's team won the 50 overs as well. So Jamaica certainly on the ascendancy in regional cricket, and kudos to them for their development and different programs where they are basically allowing these youths to harness their talents and develop. So at the end of 39 overs, the score 124 for the loss of 8 wickets, and definitely Clark will be looking to get another wicket as he returns to the attack on this end, having gotten 1 in his previous over.
Yeah, so Jamaica looking to close off this Guyana innings. Went 24 for 8, 11 overs still to bat. But skipper Barnes, he will have other intentions. He's going to bring back one of his main striker, Dante Clark, is going to resume from the pavilion end. So it's gonna be a uphill task for both these batters to survive the remaining 11 overs. But if they are able to do so, Key Sharp, that would be a great achievement indeed.
66 balls left in the innings. At least if they can get half of those runs, bearing in mind that 2 tail enders are at the crease, that would carry them over to 150.
Well, I don't like the concept of calling these batters tail enders. They're all batters at the end of the day. So let's give them a bit more respectability there.
No, well, of course. But in all logistics, they are at the end of the innings, which is also known as the tail. So factually speaking, while we acknowledge the ability of batters who bat in the bottom half of the order, if you would prefer.
Yes, I will definitely hold on to that.
Of course.
But I'm sure they wouldn't want you to be calling them tail enders.
Of course not. We know that from 1 to 11, certainly capable of batting in all age groups and all formats of the game.
So Dante Clark starting off with a wide, coming around the wicket to Romeo, runs away from us. And this one is lofted.
It's an excellent catch taken down at mid-on. What a catch taken by Weatherbird as he dove forward there. My word, that is really a brilliant piece of fielding. You saw the bowler applauding instantly as it happened. Take a look at the replay.
This one is pitched on middle stump. It's lofted into the onside. But look at Weatherburn go there, throwing his frame and taking up a spectacular catch. And this is the kind of attitude you want to see from the fielding team. Even though maybe on most occasions, it has to stick. But when you see that effort and the ball is kept in, you know that it's really total commitment and a special effort indeed. By Weatherburn there to get that 9th wicket for Jamaica.
And I'm sure he'd be very happy with that effort after getting 5 wickets in the previous game. Did not get a wicket this game, unfortunately. He bowled well in his first spell, but still doing his part in the field. And we know that effort definitely would be one of the contenders for the best fielding efforts in this first inning so far. Not an easy catch that, going low down, dive into the stronger side of left, but still to take it and hold on to it cleanly, not allowing it to pop out of his hands as he went to ground. Really great work there from Weatherburn.
Yeah, excellent work there from Weatherburn, moving to his left and diving away and holding in that catch. So excellent again from Jamaica. And this one just taking the inside edge. It goes out to square leg. So Darwin Joseph, not knowing much about that delivery, he was just prodding forward, and it took the inside edge, and it scoots out to that square leg position.
I must say that's a really nice looking bat in his hand, though. So I'm sure he has the ability to use it properly.
And this one is driven, but it goes into the stumps. So Joseph showing some intent here.
Yeah, good looking straight drive, both mid-off and mid-on in the circle. So had it not hit the stumps, would have definitely been able to get at least a couple of runs.
Yeah, or maybe 3 if it had gone past the fielders.
Well, given the shiny nature of that SS bat, it could have probably even sped away for 4.
And this one is played on to mid-on. So Barnes, very animated indeed. Just asking his fielders to keep vigilant. No need to take the foot off the pedal at this stage here. And this one is driven down to mid-off. Pitch up delivery from Dante Clark. But Darwin Joseph is showing us that he could wield the hatchet here.
Well, he has played some nice-looking drives, I must say. Not for any runs thus far, but the flow of the bat when he has executed both of those drives looks really good. You can see he has a high back lift, just hanging in weight.
So he is showing signs that he can wield the willow. But at the end of over number 40, 10 overs to go, 60 deliveries still remaining in this Guyana innings. Guyana 125 for 9. And really and truly, Keyshaw, this is a sorry state for this batting card. You know, you have at least 3 batters who were set, but gave it away at the critical moment.
You can see the umpire Collas just signaling start of this power play for the final 10 overs. And the reality is, Anil, when you keep looking back at that score, 103 for the loss of 3, 125 for the loss of 9, 6 wickets fallen for 22 runs. At a point, there was actually 4 wickets falling for 4 runs. And then due to the other batters coming in and getting a couple singles here and there. But really and truly, Guyana have not made the most of their innings given how they started, reached a very strong position at that stage, and 1 wicket of the captain led to a series of wickets falling in quick progression.
But one of the key factors as well, Kishav, is that they have not taken advantage of extremely good batting conditions here at the National Cricket Centre. Yes, the ball have spun a bit, but other than that, it's been one-way traffic. Once you're prepared to stick it out, there's runs on offer. And this one is into the body. Not the type of deliveries that the batters at the lower end of the scale.
And with only 2 men outside of the 30-yard circle being fine leg and third man, really don't want to be pitching short and angling down the leg side. Anything going down that area, as we know it's down the slope as well in the National Cricket Centre, can run to the boundary.
Oh, and a nice looking shot there. This goes through cover point. It's only going to be 1. So Gulcher and Chulhan just leaning on that delivery. It goes through that cover point position. They get a single. So that takes the score to 126 for 9. So at this stage, Kishav, is more survival than a run scoring.
If they can survive till the end of the innings, the runs will come naturally. Not with shots like that, though, Adam.
Joseph essaying a cut shot, but he is nowhere close to the delivery. And what do you expect from a number 11?
Well, as you rightfully said, all batters from 1 to 11 have the abilities. So I would take nothing away from his batting position. I would simply judge the situation based on how he performs with the bat in hand when given the chance.
Let's just hope that he proves us wrong, Kishav.
Of course, of course. What I like about his batting stance is very unique. He has a very high back lift, but before the bowler approaches the wicket, he stoops and crouches low. So essentially, he's just waiting there as if he's ready to heave at any point in time. Very similar to that of Brian Lara, as our producer Jason Bassad has reminded me. I'm not sure if that shot looked very Lara-esque though, but the setup is certainly similar. The execution, on the other hand, might be a bit different. And at the end of 41 overs here, the score 126 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, that's more of a agricultural content, that last shot.
Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad, as we have the final 9 overs of play in the first innings between Jamaica and Guyana. Jamaica having won the toss, sending Guyana to bat. Guyana started off a bit shakily, got some runs in the middle order, and now having a collapse at the end. As Clark continues into his 8th over, 3 wickets for 36 runs thus far. And as we were noting, Anil, the spinner, DeMarco Scott, getting 4 wickets in a space of a couple overs. What does that say? Just thinking back on our regional senior men's and West Indies efforts, what are your thoughts on spin after we see this delivery from Clark?
Well, in my estimation, in my humble view, Kishab is all about a shot selection. It's not about what so much of what the ball is doing from a spinning perspective. It's all about playing the ball depending on the length, the shot selection based on length and line. Definitely,
and based on the fact that so many wickets have fallen to spin, it's a wrongful toss. It's taken the outside edge, but fallen safely, and we see umpire signaling a no ball. So a free hit will come into play. That's the first no ball we've seen for the innings. And Clark on both occasions bowling extra full. Not something that we've seen from him at all.
And he's very lucky indeed. Oh, and there is a warning. So his first warning for full pitch delivery at that piece above the waist. So Dante Clark has to be very careful indeed. Another one of those deliveries, and he will have to be taken out of the attack. So it's a wide, so the free hit.
You'll have to reload that one again, and still it's going to be a free hit.
So trying to protect that free hit by going wide outside the line of the off stump, but overcompensating, getting it outside the line, that tram line, that guideline that the umpires use. This one is squeezed out mid-wicket. They get a single.
Unable to get hold of that one. Very good delivery from Clark as well, just going full and into that block hole. We saw that Joseph premeditated. He actually stepped back and across his entire stumps and was just waiting to slot that ball into the leg side, but good bowling from Clark to come back after the no ball on the wide.
So Clark deciding to change the angle, coming around the wicket, trying to angle the ball across the right-hander. Just looking to give the batters something to think about, something different to think about. Going past the outside edge of Chulhai. There's no run. And this one is driven through backward point. You're going to get one. They're going to come back for 2. And they're going to do so very comfortable indeed. But a nice flowing square drive by Chulhai. The ball was full outside the line of the off stump.
Oh, you see, Chulhai's approach since he's come to the crease is just to play simple and play straight.
Yeah, it's what we call situational cricket. That's what he's doing. He's just applying the basics to the game. And so far, he's been very successful indeed. And this one just making a bit of height of the pitch, but outside the line of the off stump. Not troubling Chulhai. So at the end of over number 42, 132 for 9.
Indeed. Pick of the bowlers, DeMarco Scott, 6 overs, 4 for 11. Dante Clark, 8 overs, 3 for 42. And Mackenzie getting 2 wickets in his spell as well. So at this stage, Jamaica would certainly want to close off this inning sooner rather than later. The longer they allowed this last pair to stay at the creases, the longer they would allow runs to leak. And we can already see inching up to 132, 8 overs left. If they can get over that 150 mark, just the mental aspect of knowing that you have 150 on the board. Now granted it's 50 overs, which means there will only be 3 runs over required. But again, you have seen how teams have collapsed in this tournament. and putting that pressure in the back of the minds of the players is certainly a good aspect to aim for.
So it's going to be Darwin Joseph to take up to take strike, and this one outside the line of the leg stump.
And again we see Ennis returning to the attack in his third spell, and the ball is still drifting down to the leg side.
So maybe a change of ends in it may just help him. But skipper Barnes, he has the confidence in this young man that he could get a job done. And Joseph was throwing the kitchen sink there, but not getting any timing whatsoever. Very agricultural in content.
Well, we've seen many shots from Joseph with that similar nature. Throwing the whole kitchen sink at it, but not able to time properly. Again, that's a wide ball there from Ennis. The skipper has to be mindful of the situation, not to loosen that grip. Ennis has shown previously in both spells that he is straying down the leg side. Even if it doesn't go for wide, he's still going down on the legs and the pads and allowing the batters to play to that region. So I'm not too sure if this was the wisest decision to bring him back at this stage.
So Joseph just tapping back to the bowler. But he's essaying extra cover drive, but everything just seems to be going on the leg side. He gets some
Bit of a misfield there, but thankfully not leading to any extras. Just getting some stern looks from the fellow fielders. So I'd like to say a special good afternoon to my colleague Mr. Kenroy Jr. Williams all the way in Jamaica, looking on at the live stream and supporting his compatriots in the under-17 department. Kenroy, former national youth player for Jamaica himself, and recently won the T10 tournament alongside the likes of Andre Russell and Jermaine Blackwood and those guys. So definitely glad to have him on board. I'm sure we'd see him for the next edition of the T10, maybe with run getters again.
so many congratulations. This one, he's trying to muscle that ball past the bowler, not getting the connection. It just seems his setup after he looks good in the setup, but the execution, he's all over the shop. And he's just trying to get that bottom hand through the ball, but doing it a bit too early. So at the end of over number 43, it's 133 for 9.
So we see the return here of the Marco Scott. 6 overs, 4 for 11. And I'm sure they're bringing him back to get that fifer. Initially we saw the return of pace, as we fully well know that bonus points are on hand for fast bowlers getting wickets. But at this stage I think it's more about finishing off the innings completely and also giving Scott that chance for his fiver. Well bowled there. One of the things that Scott has done well is use the pace and flight of the ball to deceive the batters. He really isn't pushing the ball through, as we saw with Wedderburn, but just holding it and letting it hang in the air. Some occasions he's gotten a lot of turn and purchase. Other occasions the ball just pitching, staying low and keeping straight. So not the easiest for these batters to play. As we see that one, and he's bowled him. He's gotten his 5-wicket haul there, the Marco Scott. What a great game for this young man. And my fellow commentator, Anil Alakat, certainly called it. He did say that in this over, once Scott returns, it would be the end of the innings. And we see that delivery, flighted, getting a lot of turn, and going on to clip the base of the leg stump. Really a great performance here from DeMarco Scott. 5 wickets for 11 runs in 6.3 overs. Your thoughts on that, Anil?
Well, an excellent spell of spin from the Marco Scott, showing us, his full repertoire of his bowling skill, getting that arm ball on, being able to spin that ball from outside the line of the off stump. But what I've been most impressed with is his control. And with his control, he's really stifled the batters. And at some stage, they just felt that they wanted to come after him. But the moment, and it happened when the skipper tried to take him on.
And we see there as the players are allowing Scott to lead the team in coming off, and everyone applauding for him. It really great camaraderie there from the Jamaicans. And the skipper, in fact, Brad Barnes, he's walking behind the keeper, the last one to come off on the field, but he has done a great role here in terms of rotating his bowlers and allowing them to capitalize when they have the ability to. We'll take a look at the wickets here. This is the fall of the first wicket from Mackenzie. Being caught at mid-on. Ill-advised shot there, played. And Mackenzie also got the second wicket. Very good catch taken by Captain Barnes in slip. The third wicket here off the bowling of Clark. Previously, a couple balls were hoisted on the leg side to the boundary, but that one thankfully holding out to the fielder. And then we saw Scott introduced. This was the pivotal and turning point. That wicket of the captain, Van Lange, who was in the 40s, set to go on as he was accelerated his innings, and the captain for Jamaica, Barnes, taking a comfortable catch. This over from Scott really and truly was the turning point of the game. 3 wickets fell in this over. This was the first one, LBW, and after this we saw a quick downslide and continuous fall of wickets with very little bit added to the score. In fact, at that stage was 103 for the loss of 4. And then we saw here first delivery from the vice captain. You can even see in the replay during the rain was raising his hands outstretched to ask why did he do that. And then that one, LBW again at the end of his over. Scott, 3 wicket maiden in that over. After that we saw the return of fast bowling to try and get some of those bonus points. Clark with an excellent delivery outside of the off stump and taking the edge of the batter. On this occasion here, Clark, that one being played and an excellent catch being taken by Wedderburn, going low to his left at mid-on position. And this one was the final wicket, the icing on top of the cake for DeMarco Scott, getting his 5th wicket to end the innings. You see a very subdued celebration there from the young man. Probably so overjoyed he didn't know how to react. But at the end of the day's play, after 103 for the loss of 3 Anil, 133 all out. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Guyana losing 7 wickets to 30 runs, unacceptable by any standards. And again, only batting all of 44 overs, still 38 balls remaining in this innings. But you must commend the Jamaican bowlers, skipper Barnes leading by example in terms of his rotation of his bowlers. The fielding has been of the highest standard, and the Guyana team wasn't able to really dealt with the pressure being exerted by the Jamaica team, and hence that brought about the dismissals of the wickets. So it's the halfway stage here at the National Cricket Centre, but again, it's a momentous occasion for young DeMarco Scott, getting a 5-er and how well he's bowled in this game. And we just want to say a special congratulations to the young man. But we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back to you in just about 25 minutes. As soon as the action resumes here at the National Cricket Centre, Jamaica needed 135 for victory. They will start their chase in about 25 minutes. And we are back live here at the National Cricket Centre. It's the resumption of play after the first half. Jamaica winning the toss here at the National Cricket Centre, immediately inserting the Guyanese team. And after 41 overs, they were bowled out. So for 132. So Jamaica requiring 133 for victory. So the opening batters, Fogo and Brian. And for Guyana, opening the bowling is going to be Bruce Vincent. So 133 required for victory. So it's going to be Vincent from the northern end, just getting some running. Just approaching the crease. So the run rate just about 2.7 required. So it's going to be Kevon Trevogo and Tyreek Bryan opening the batting for the Jamaican team. Bruce Vincent, right arm seamer. Vincent runs away from the northern end. And this one is just about that fourth stump line. It goes into the mid of wicketkeeper Kirsten. Kirsten, one of the players to get into double figures for Guyana, but unfortunately wasn't able to carry on, getting to a score of 18 and not being able to carry on. So 3 contributions for the Guyana team. A skipper this one is lofted high into the air, and the fieldsman there at mid-off just lost his footing, and they're able to come back for 2. So Fogo taking the aerial route here in the power play. Had he not lost his footing there, it might have been a catch and offer. But at the critical moment, the fieldsman down at mid-off, losing his footing. So a loud appeal for LBW, and wicket number 1 goes down for Jamaica. Kevon Trevogo going via LBW, just seems to be prodding forward, not really extending himself forward, and Vincent trapping him right in front of the sticks. And umpire Kelman Cowlis raises the threaded finger. So wicket number 1 goes down for Jamaica. It's now 2 for 1 in the first over. So Bruce Vincent getting first blood here. So DeMarco Scott, the man who with the golden arm, getting 5 for 11 in the Guyana innings. He's striding out to bat at number 3. His partner, Tyreek Bryan, is batting on the non. So just looking at it again, Vincent in. And here we see a loud appeal. And Fogo playing across the line and being adjudged LBW. So Guyana making very good response by getting an early wicket in the first over here at the National Cricket Centre. So it's very important for the Guyanese team here to continue to plug away at the wickets. DeMarco Scott, right-handed, having a dream game here at the National Cricket Centre. So Vincent bowling with 2 slip, a gully, a backward point, a third man, extra cover, or a short mid-off, no, extra cover mid-off, a man at mid wicket, and there's one at a fine leg. So the two boundary riders, a third man and a fine leg in position for Bruce Vincent. So it's going to be DeMarco Scott to take strike from Bruce Vincent. And at this time, I'd like to say a special good afternoon to Kishaf Bahadur.
Yes, good afternoon, Anil. Definitely a pleasure to be here again for this second innings in this encounter.
And Guyana making some early inroads into this Jamaican batting lineup, getting rid of the dangerous Devandre Virgo. And this one is squeezed out to backward point, but some excellent feeling there. There is no run.
Now, between the break, I just had a chat with it's Shiv Prasad, the batter who was the second top scorer under the captain, Van Lange, and he was stating that they're pretty confident with his total, actually. They think that they can bowl out Jamaica for under 100. So, it must be some good bowling in that Guyanese lineup, and I also think, he said based on the pitch that they batted on themselves, they are backing their bowlers to execute the job.
So this one is played out to extra cover. The skipper does a feeling. Jonathan. There's no run.
Now in the previous game, Devandre Virgo only scored 3. So him going cheaply, not really the full indicator of Jamaica's batting lineup, given the fact that they still went on to win the last game. The major partnership was between DeMarco Scott, who's facing now, and Brian Barnes.
Oh, and this one cuts him in half. How that missed the off stump, one will only try and find out. But excellent delivery there from Vincent Bruce. That ball just clipped the bail there, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely an excellent start there from Bruce Vincent in his first over, and you can see that he's generating a lot of pace and skidding through with his action. Again, not one of the tallest fast bowlers, but with his height and a smooth run up and that action, he's getting that ball to zip through and to deceive the other players. So just to give you an update in the scores of the other games, at California, Windward Islands 123 all out in 43.2 overs against Barbados under 17. And across the highway in Presal in Chenali Park, Trinidad and Tobago under 17s, Leeward Islands, who would have batted first, they are presently 67 for the loss of 5 in 21.3 overs.
So that game affected by the weather this morning, but fortunately now the weather has really come out in all its glory. Trinidad and Tobago looking to continue that good start they had against the Windward Islands, looking for two victories in a row. Trinidad and Tobago being led by Fariz Ali, a member of the under-19 team that just just came back from St. Vincent. Played in that under-19 regional tournament. So some good exposure for these youngsters, Kishal.
Yeah, it's great exposure indeed. And across all of the regional teams, in fact, there are members who played in that under-19 tournament and are part of this under-17 tournament as well. Notably from Guyana, the captain, Van Lange, as well as Chulai, the left-hand bowler. So we would see how they would fare to play. And interestingly, this player, Darwin Joseph, he's the first from his village in Guyana to have ever played cricket for a Guyanese national team. In fact, he comes from one of those traditional Amerindian villages in the rural parts of Guyana, and his manager is indicating that it really is a historic moment for him, being the first one from that area to represent his country at any level in cricket.
So many congratulations to this young man, Darwin Joseph, breaking new grounds by representing Guyana. being the first to do so. So what a momentous occasion for this young man making his debut in this regional under-17 Rising Star tournament.
And it's great there that we just saw a sight of the skipper sharing some words of encouragement and giving him a pat on the back. Simple things like that, Anil. We know how far those actions can go in terms of showing your support and showing solidarity with your bowler. Again, we see the skipper here just walking up to him and just reassuring him there's definitely some nerves on display. But the fact that your captain is there to guide you, to encourage you, to keep you in the moment, really great there from skipper Van Lange.
This one is just tailing down the leg side, so possibly just trying a bit too hard, getting that ball to shape into the into the left-hander, but not just getting his line wrong there. But good early start from this young man.
Well, the amount of swing on offer was definitely impressive. In fact, the amount of swing caused that ball to go from lining up on the stumps to a wide.
Well, I'm sure his skipper will be saying at some stage, Van Laage, to possibly go over the wicket and try and get that same effect, if he can, to the left-hander.
It's a good run in there by the Jamaica pair at the crease.
And some very sloppy feeling indeed. They get one. Are they going to come back for two? No. It's the skipper in hot attendance. So they have gotten two.
Thanks to the overthrow. It was one initially, but thanks to that overthrow, ended up returning.
So the skipper doing the cleanup there. Comedy of errors there, Kishal.
Yeah, of course. Really don't want to release any sort of pressure, having gotten that early wicket in the first over.
And again, this ball is tailing down the leg side, so possibly it just needs to come a bit closer to the sticks here, Kishab. He's going wide on the crease, and the ball shaping as much as it is at the moment. He possibly might just be thinking that if he gets a bit closer to the stumps, he could get it a bit wider outside the line of the off stumps. He really needs to be starting outside the line of the off stump in order to get that, for that delivery to be effective. And my word, if he can line it up, he's going to create some wicket-taking opportunities. And a loud appeal for LBW, but umpires not having none of it. I would like to have a look at that again, but again, Kishab, because of how much the ball is doing, it possibly might just be going down the leg side. Let's have a look again. Well, that looks very close indeed.
Very close indeed. I think you were spot on in terms of that extreme movement and swing. Umpire assistant had probably just given the batter the benefit of doubt and assuming that that ball would have just swung past not even an inch, maybe a couple millimeters from that leg stump.
Well, to me, what saved Tyrese Bryan was the fact that he was coming forward and the ball still had a fair bit of way to travel. But again, being wayward here is Darwin Joseph. And the skipper really needs just to calm him down a bit, because he could be, it just could be sharp that he's overawed by the moment.
I believe
by the occasion.
You can see from his reactions as well, even after the wides, he looks like he's chirpy. You know, he looks like he's still up for the task. But I think a bit of that overexcitement, in addition to the nerves, you know, it probably just caused him to strain his line a bit. But they have noted from the Guyanese camp that he's an excellent prospect for the future.
And just as we had been alluding to earlier on, he's going to come over the wicket. And I think it's a very good change from Darwin Joseph. And this one goes even wider from over the wicket. So maybe skipper Jonathan Van Lans just needs to tell him, okay, hold that ball in that crossing position and just get through this over and we will recalibrate, for the next over. Just try and get through this over here. He's really struggling here. Only 3 legitimate deliveries thus far, and he is into delivery number 9.
And reality is, if he can finish this over properly and get a chance at a right-handed cut with that away swing, I'm sure he'd have them in a lot of trouble.
But very encouraging signs indeed. Oh, this one was lofted into that mid-off position.
So you realize, Arnold, each of his legal deliveries has caused some excitement. One hitting the pads, one passing the outside edge, one lofting there and dropping short of that fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, so Darwin Joseph, he's an action man. Every ball in his over has been an event. But very encouraging indeed to see the amount of away movement that he's been able to extract from the surface.
I would love to see an in-swinging Yorker here to Tariq Bryan, if he can manage to pull that off to complete this over on a high.
And a loud appeal again, but that one just pitching outside the line of the leg stump.
In fact, I think that one may have got a leading edge, as we saw one of the fielders there diving forward, and a lot of excitement in the air from the Guyanese team supporting every ball. We take a look at this replay. Yep, getting the outside edge as he tried to flick it, and it went over the head of that guy at short cover. Oh, how it would be to have a few inches of height extra, Arnold.
Yeah, so 2 slip and hot attendants. There's a Colleen position. Oh my goodness. And just cannot seem to. And there's an appeal here.
Keeper, second occasion he has done that. In fact, he's looking at the batters who are standing outside of their crease to try and negate the swing of Joseph, and as soon as he collects the ball, he's throwing it directly onto the stumps.
Does that remind you of what took place just recently in the Ashes series?
And I'm sure these youngsters were certainly looking on keenly there and taking a couple notes out of the book of not only Alex Carey but also Johnny Bairstow. The irony in that it was a wicketkeeper himself who suffered the fate.
And this one is played down to third man. So I think it's going to be the end of the over now. So at the end of over number 2, 11 for 1. But extremely good signs from this young man, Darwin Joseph, showing that he's got the ability to swing that new ball.
Yes, the ability to swing at this age is something to not be underestimated. And once he can get that consistency and the ability to find the balls in the right area, certainly he would be a lethal bowler for the future.
Indeed, and it's not something that we've grown accustomed to with the bowlers from the Caribbean, where they have that natural element to get that ball to sheep away. We tend to produce bowlers who tend to hit the pitch, from hard lengths. So very encouraging indeed from Darwin Joseph, showing that natural ability to get that outswinger going.
Yes, and as you rightfully said, that's something I always have been lamenting in terms of West Indies fast bowlers not being able to swing the ball as convincingly or with as much confidence as in the fast bowlers from around the different test playing and limited overs playing countries in the world.
But it's important as well to pick up early wickets with the new ball. Once that ball tends to get soft, it tends to get a lot better for batting. And this one is bang on target. Bruce Vincent there, bang on target, just holding in on that top of off stump line. And I really like this young man, Bruce Vincent there. DeMarco Scott getting neatly into line. But I'll tell you, he's going to be tested to the hilt here by Bruce Vincent.
I'm sure he would have other plans in mind, having gotten 5 wickets in that first innings. Definitely he would want to put on a good score here, having 30-odd not out in the last game.
And this one is down the leg side. It just eludes the keeper. And the hands was going up there at the last moment. And I'm just asking myself, maybe they put up either the glove or the face of the bat.
Maybe even a bottom edge, because no signal from the umpire. and all of the fielders certainly went up to appeal.
Yeah, so Kirsting, not being able to hold that one in, but a lot of oohs and ahs out in the middle. There's a short delivery, very quick indeed, from Bruce Vincent. That ball was on to DeMarco Scott in a flash, trying to execute that pull shot, but not getting the connection. So Tyreek Bryan just having a brief conversation with DeMarco Scott, just possibly telling him that it's too early in the piece to take on that pull shot with the new ball. So just bringing you up to speed. And this one is played out to third man. Just allow that delivery to come on to him, open the face. Guides it down to third man. There's one on offer, so the score moves up to 12 for 1. Jamaica chasing a victory target of 134 for victory. They are 12 for 1 in over number 3. And at this stage here, Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leeward Islands at Inchinali Park. Leeward Islands batting first at Inchinali Park. They are 81 for 6. And Windward Islands being bowled out for 123. Barbados in pursuit of 124. They are 12 without loss. And a loud appeal goes up, but that ball definitely pitching outside the line of the off stump. But what was interesting enough, that ball was going across the left-hander, Tyreek Bryan, and hence that brought about the appeal from the bowler. But very interesting signs indeed from both these opening bowlers. Bruce Vincent, getting that ball to go across the left-hander there. DeMarco Joseph also showing signs that he's got the ability to swing the new ball as well. So these Guyanese opening bowlers really testing the technical ability of both these batters. And this one just hitting the inside edge. It trickles out to a backward point. So at the end of over number 3, 12 for 1.
Now Vincent is that sort of bowler, Anil, that he doesn't seem to be overly fast from the initial aspect. However, definitely seems to be skidding onto the batters and cramping them for room with many of his deliveries, as we saw even with that last one there. The bat just coming down a tad bit late, and really and truly, if he can continue in those right areas, I mean, excellent over there, following on from the first one, 2 overs, 3 runs conceded and 1 wicket already. He really just needs his partner on this other end here to support him in tandem and continue to apply that scoreboard pressure.
Well, I think Darwin Joseph will have the opportunity to bowl to DeMarco Scott, right-hander on taking strike. So he will have the opportunity now to try and get that outswinger going again. Bowling from the pavilion end, Darwin Joseph. 2 slips at gully, waits. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off. And this one, he goes the other way. A loud appeal. But umpire signals a wide.
The irony with that delivery, Anil, all of the wides in this last over were on the other side. And this is the first time he's bowling to a right-hander, and he bowled a wide there as well. So he was bowling the ideal length for a right-hander with the left-hander on strike, and not at the right-hander strike. He's bowling the ideal length to a left-hander.
And is it a case where the ball is stopped swinging, Kishav? And this one is played really late.
Yeah, we really haven't seen the swing as we did for the first few deliveries, but it could be that he heeded the advice in terms of holding the ball cross seam and probably trying to negate it, if anything.
Well, one will hope that he does not sacrifice the ability to swing the ball, by going cross seam too often. It's good to have that cross seam delivery, that one just holds the line and goes on straight. This DeMarco Scott comes stylishly into line, plays it out to extra cover. There's no run, so the score is kept on 13 for 1. So Darwin Joseph. Continuing from the pavilion end. Jamaica needs another 121 for victory. And this one is badly lined. It's going into the boundary. Does it get into the boundary? Excellent feeling there down at long leg. And he will definitely save his team a run. But badly lined delivery there by Darwin Joseph. A leg stump full toss. And DeMarco Scott worked that ball down into that deep backward square position and getting back quite comfortably for 3.
It was a lovely flick off the legs. Very stylish looking indeed. And I recall that the manager for the Jamaica team was saying that DeMarco Scott reminds them a lot of Tamal Lambert in terms of his batting style, his approach, and all of his shot selections. So good to see that he is already in a confident mood there. An excellent work in the feeder as well. So good all-round cricket from both teams.
And this one is driven handsomely through extra cover. There's one, they're going to turn for 2. And that's all it's going to be. So Darwin Joseph here just not being able to stitch some deliveries here together. Going too full there and serving up a half volley and off stump.
I mean, just experiencing a minor technical difficulty with the stream itself, but we'll certainly keep you up to date as Joseph runs in here at his 5th delivery. This one fullish length and driven straight into the hands of short cover, and no run conceded on that occasion. So the score remains at 18 for the loss of 1. 3.4 overs gone thus far. 3.5 overs, sorry.
So we are into over number 4. Darwin Joseph continues here from the pavilion end. Guyana searching for more early wickets in the piece. Jamaica requiring.
That one taking an outside edge there from the batter of Tyreek Bryan and going to the slip corner, but no run conceded. And at the end of that over, 4 overs go on the score, 18 for the loss of 1.
Both batters, Tyreek Bryan on 5 and DeMarco Scott, he's on 5 as well. So the current run rate stands at 4.5 runs and over. The required run rate now, 2.22. Jamaica needed a further 116 for victory. And they've got all of 46 overs to get that run, ski shop.
Yes, well, all they have to do is bat smart. I mean, a required rate of under 3 runs a over, 2.5. It really just requires you to bat deep and bat long and take your time. These two batters can easily bring home the game if they settle themselves in, look to rotate the strike, capitalize on any loose deliveries, and then go through. Vincent here, continuing to Scott. That one is a wide delivery. And they also get a run, so 2 added to the total.
So just following up on the game at Inchinali Park. The Leeward Islands batting first at Inchinali Park. 82 for 6 at this stage. Alexander chased 1. Adrian Ratcher, he's having a very good game indeed. 3 wickets for 8 runs. And Anil Rupalal 1. And Ismail Ali, the off spinner, getting 1 as well. So TNT doing a Good job thus far at Inchonali Park, but and this one is square driven. They go for one, they're gonna come back for two, and throw comes in into the keeper. That's all it's gonna be, but a nice flowing cover drive from Tyreek Bryan. Just opening the feast at the last moment and bisecting cover to his right and backward point to his left. So 3 more runs to the total. So Jamaica needs another 112 for victory. Tyreek Bryan goes on to 7. DeMarco Scott, he's on 5. But it's Bruce Vincent. 1 for 7, 2.1 over. And this one is short. Just bang into the pitch. Bryan rocks onto the back foot. Stays tall on the back. Stays tall. Punches it out to extra cover. There's no run.
What I like about his approach, Brian, is that he's not playing any ball that he doesn't have to. In other words, balls that are on his stumps, he's defending them. He's playing solid with the full face of the bat, and he's not allowing any sort of possibilities for any close bat shots or cross bat shots.
And this one is bang into the pitch. Good delivery from Bruce Vincent, not allowing the likes of Tyreek Bryan to just come forward and press. He's just reminding him that he's got that bumper in his armory.
And just following from the innings that Guyana played, why I just mentioned the fact that I like how Bryan is taking his time with his approach. He could have easily tried to pull that delivery if he wanted to. In fact, at least 2 or 3 of Guyana's wickets were trying to pull those short deliveries and not executing it well. Bryan, fully well knowing that he doesn't have to play that shot, left it alone smartly.
And this one again is played through that mid-off region. There's only going to be one. Skipper Jonathan in hot pursuit. And one of the aspects that you've got to take into consideration when opening the baton as opening batters, at the top of the innings, the ball is at its hardest. So sometimes it might just be ill-advised to take on the short delivery with the ball being at its hardest. You know, it comes on to you a lot quicker. The cherry's hard. You sometimes could just mistime the delivery. So it might just be well advised, to possibly just ride the bounce, get underneath those bumpers, and just give yourself the opportunity to do some more assessment before you execute. And this one, loud appeal again. It's angling down the leg side. It goes to square leg. There's no run. DeMarco Scott just trying to get inside the line and work that ball down to fine leg.
That ability to play the new ball, as you were saying, Arnold, is certainly something that shouldn't be underestimated, because sometimes you see batters go to the power play and smack the ball to all parts, but it's really not an easy task when that ball is, as you said, certainly at its hardest, and getting the maximum purchase off of the surface as well as swinging. It takes a lot of skill and talent.
And a wayward delivery again from Bruce Vincent. Rightly called a wide by the umpire, Kelman Colisa. So just indicating 1 ball remaining in over number 5. Jamaica needs a further 110 runs, but it's becoming ominous here at the National Cricket Centre. It's getting very murky by the minute. Had a lovely delivery indeed. This one is on-driven. Looking to get that single is DeMarco Scott, but unable to do so. So at the end of over number 5, the score, Jamaica 24 for 1, chasing a victory target of 134 for victory. So we see the coach here.
Coach Ned for the Guyanese team.
Yeah, just trying to do some assessment of his own. But I'm thinking he's also keeping an eye on the weather, because to our right it has become very dark indeed. So it doesn't surprise me one bit, Kishaf, if at Inchinali Park that game comes to stoppage at some time soon, at some stage.
Yeah, definitely we are monitoring to see whether those rains would come to visit us here at the National Cricket Centre, just a stone's throw away from that Inchinali Park in Presel.
So it's going to be Darwin Joseph to continue from the pavilion end. So Jamaica requiring another 110 runs at the National Cricket Centre. And this one is driven down to the middle off, just a single. Lovely flowing off drive from Tyreek Bryan. Just leaning on that delivery and caressing it down to the skipper of the Guyanese team, Jonathan.
Just a reminder for all of our viewers, we know that this is the second round of matches in the 50 over competition between the under-17s, and there are 5 rounds of matches scheduled after today's game. The following games would be Wednesday 16th of August, Friday 18th of August, and Sunday 20th of August.
And this one is played out to backward point. Scott looking for that single. Bryan sending him back immediately. So there is no movement from the men, the covers men thus far. So that's a good sign. Leeward Islands, 88 for 6 after 28 overs.
That's a lovely looking shot there from Scott. Both batters playing through the line of the ball and with some confidence, everything along the ground at this stage. So very competent batting indeed.
So the encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Leeward Islands has been reduced to a 38 over affair. So Leeward Islands 89 for 6, 10 overs to go at Inchinali Park. But here at the National Cricket Centre, Jamaica chasing a victory target of 134. They are 26 for 1 in over number 6. Tyreek Bryan. And that's a teasing delivery, just on about that off stump line. Tyreek Bryan just playing away from his body there. Very fortunate not to have gotten a touch there. But Darwin Joseph producing a very good delivery indeed.
I think that's one of the best deliveries he has produced in his spell thus far. Would be encouraged to persist with that line and length.
And this one is driven handsomely out to a cover point. There's no run. So Tyreek Bryan just leaning on that delivery, caressing it out to a cover point. There's no run. So Darwin Joseph, Kishab continues to pitch the ball up, looking for that inward movement.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to try and get that ball to swing back in to the pads of Tyreek Bryan.
And this one is driven handsomely through extra cover. That has 4 written all over it. And it goes into the boundary now. It's a lovely flowing extra cover drive from Tyreek Bryan. And a 4 is added to the total. Just leant on that delivery and caressed it through extra cover. What a beautiful cricket shot indeed.
Magnificent shot from Bryan, and just playing through the line of the ball as we stated. Anything foolish in length they have been capitalizing on, and at the end of 6 overs that score 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. Most importantly, that run rate they have right now, 5 runs per over, and with the drizzle coming across here to the National Cricket Centre, the groundsmen are there ready with the covers. We are not too sure what role rain would have to play in this game, but bearing in mind the Duckworth-Lewis system as well, if they have to lose any overs going forward, Jamaica certainly in the ascendancy with that positive run rate.
I mean, I am subjected to correction here, but is it they're required to play 20 overs before 20 overs will be considered a match?
Definitely, yes. They have to reach to that level, and given the fact that all around seems to be a bit grey, Again, we're not too sure. The players are still on the field at the moment with the rains coming down. Seeing a switch of bat for Brian.
So having struck that ball through extra cover, the last thing we would envisage is him changing his bat, but possibly maybe just getting a crack, you know.
And I think that ball, because it slowed up right before the boundary ropes, he probably just wants to see it racing and hitting it with some power. So that's why he brought this bat in.
So the rain is threatening us here at the National Cricket Centre. But the breeze just seems to getting the better of the situation right now, blowing away those rain clouds. And this one is played down to fine leg. Some good work down at the fine leg boundary. Darwin Joseph in hot pursuit. To get a single. So Bruce Vincent 3.1 over, 14 dot balls, 10 runs conceded. Not bad at all. Kind of trying to keep the skids on these Jamaican batters. 31 for 1, 103 required, Kishav.
That magical number where Guyana started the downward slide in the innings.
And this one is takes the edge. It flows down to third man. They turn for 1. They come back for 2. So Tyke Bryan taking the attack. So this partnership is now with 31 from 35 deliveries. So a very entertaining partnership in progress here between Tyke Bryan and DeMarco Scott. .33 for 1 in over number 7. And the Guyana team, they might just be well advised. Oh, and a lovely delivery here from Bruce Vincent. That had a wicket written all over that. It pitched, it left him. But unfortunately for Guyana and Bruce Vincent not taking the edge. But wicketkeeper Kirsten also not hauling it in. So excellent delivery from Bruce Vincent. And this one is written up to mid-off. Skipper just a shy at the non-strikers end. Some excellent work from skipper Jonathan. So we continue to play here at the National Cricket Centre. And this one is banged into the pitch. Brian gets into the line, gets in line. Just tugs it down to fine leg. This one on offer. Takes the score to 34 for 1. So Bruce Vincent, Kishav, definitely trying as much as he can in terms of his bowling variations to mix it up.
I must say he's been impressive in terms of how he has started and then into his fourth over here, and we've already seen some variety from him in terms of everything he has to offer with that new ball. Fortunately, the conditions not allowing for that ball to remain swinging and as new as it started.
And this is a bumper. Is it going to be called a wide? No. So at the end of over number 7, Jamaica chasing a victory target of 134 for victory. Just 100 more from 43 overs.
Going to be a bowling change from the media center end with the skipper, Jonathan Van Lange, coming into the attack.
So Darwin Joseph removed from the bowling attack after 3 overs. But the skipper, he's going to take the responsibility. Jonathan Van Lange. Big unit indeed is Jonathan Van Lange. Runs away from us. And this one is hammered through extra cover. This one is going to be 2. It's going to hold up now. And are they going to come back for 3? No. So, glorious extra cover drive. But because of the very heavy nature of the outfield, that ball didn't have the legs to go to the boundary. So Brian continues to blossom here at the National Cricket Centre. He's been very, very, very strong on the drive.
Very competent indeed.
And this is lofted over.
It's a beautiful shot, Anil. My word, a straight drive, just as you were applauding his ability to play that cover drive. He has shown us even more ability there with this straight drive behind the head of the bowler and just skipping past that fielder there at mid-off and running into the boundary ropes for 4. So, a very good start to this over for wicketkeeper Brian. Not the best of start for the Guyanese skipper.
Tyreek Bryan just holding his shape there, just hitting through the line of the ball. It was all timing, and he was able to elude the fielder at mid-off, and it sped away into the long-off boundary. And a loud appeal, possibly just pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Skipper Jonathan Van Lange is not impressed at all. There's a lot of oohs and ahs.
I think from our angle we could have seen that it seemed to have been pitching outside of leg. And again, the umpires with the closest call, I'm sure he would have been echoing that sentiment as the bowler expressed his appeal, hoping for an LBW decision.
So 94 required for Jamaica. And this one is hit through mid-on. It's going to be 1, it's going to be 2. Is it going to go into the boundary? No. Excellent work there. And it reduced the score to 3. So Tyreek Bryan, they going through mid-off, the vacant mid-off position, and getting 3 good-looking runs indeed. So skipper Jonathan Van Lange not doing the business here for Guyana, leaking Hammerson runs in his first over, 4 deliveries in his spell, and he's already conceded 9 runs. But Tyreek Bryan, he looks a very good player indeed.
I was not going to say, I think most of that is the approach of Tyreek Bryan, because previously, while he did play his shots in the opening few overs, he was not as aggressive. And then again, Lange pitching the ball up in that area, allowing them to do that. As we see there, that one definitely was a slower delivery and drawing Scott forward. Not going through to him with enough pace as he would have liked and trying to drive that ball along the ground.
So 91 required for victory here at the National Cricket Centre. I must admit, in the last 10 minutes, the conditions have improved tremendously. And this one is flicked down to fine leg. A lot of oohs and ahs. Umpire signaling a leg by. So at the end of over number 8, Jamaica in pursuit of 134 for victory. They are 44 for 190 required from 42 deliveries. 42 overs, my apology.
Bruce Vincent to continue. That one just into the line of the body of Scott. Playing a watchful innings thus far, 7 from 21. Brian, on the other hand, 25 from 26, certainly accelerated in that last over.
So Tyreek Bryan doing the majority of the heavy lifting, but he's got a good ally, DeMarco Scott, playing situational cricket, not trying to be fancy, but looking at every opportunity to give the strike back to Tyreek Bryan.
That's exactly what's required as well.
This ball making some height of the pitch. And it goes down the leg side, so another extra in the books.
Smartly left alone by Scott as well. Could have easily tried to tuck that down the leg side and maybe get an edge or something, but again, admiring the maturity of these young men in understanding, as you said, Anil, situational awareness. They understand where they are at. They are definitely above the required scoring rate and able to just milk the ball around when it's on a good length and put away the bad balls when they come through.
And this one is hammered through mid-on. There's only going to be one.
That's what he tried to hammer it, but I don't think he got the full force as he would have liked. That one, I think he might have been better advised playing straight and probably going with a straight drive or offside drive instead of cross-batting that one to the leg side.
Yeah, just possibly on this occasion, just trying to overhit that ball and not getting the timing, but he was able to get it out to that mid-on position and get a single, but it's gotten very excellent conditions here now at the National Cricket Centre. The sun is back with us here. And this one is played down to fine leg. There's one. They're going to come back for two. And what a wonderful piece of fielding. Good arm indeed.
Yeah, it's really good running as well by the Jamaicans. And in contrast to Guyana's innings previously, that would have been a single when they were batting. And you can see the difference in the intensity. Even though Jamaica didn't have to push for two, two was an offer. From the moment the ball left the bat, you can see the intent. They pushed the first one hard and came back easily for that couple.
So Tyreek Bryan continues to prosper here at the National Cricket Centre. Very high back lift. And this one is driven. Vincent making a partial stop. So the score moves up to 48 for 1, and we are into over number 9, so 86 required. So the Jamaicans are doing it very easily indeed here at the National Cricket Centre. So just to bring you up to speed, what's taking place at Inchinali Park. Leeward Islands batting first at Inchinali Park. They are 89 for 6. That game has been reduced to a 38 over affair. And this one is stylishly played into that backward square position. They're going to come back easily for 2. So just getting inside the line was Tyreek Bryan there and working it into that backward square position. And the 50 comes up for Jamaica, 50 for 1 in over number 9.
And most importantly, I would just like to extend commendations to the umpires as well. As we noted just now, and there was some rain on display. There was an intense drizzle at a point, and the umpires, seeing the fully weather conditions around with sunshine just beyond that bit of rain cloud, they allowed cricket to continue playing without any interruptions, and now we can see out there it's full sunshine. So kudos to the umpires as well. As we mentioned at the start of this tournament, it's one of the initiatives, in fact, that CWI has tried to develop and implement in terms of encouraging the cricket to be played. We acknowledge that it is the rainy season. We acknowledge that the weather conditions may not be the best, but as much as we can, we know traditionally, Anil, there's a saying in Trinidad that the only thing rain stops is cricket. But to see that being defied before our own eyes is really a pleasant sight indeed.
And it's, kudos to the ground staff as well. The umpires, they will be taking a cue from the groundsmen as well. And the groundsman thus far has read it really well. And this one is hammered through a square leg. They got a turn for 2.
Misfield allows them to come back. That should have honestly not even been a run. You can see the reaction from the skipper. Not pleased. And a 50 partnership comes up off just 52 deliveries. DeMarcus Scott contributing 10. Terry Bryan contributing 29. And it really has been a wonderful partnership between these two. Noting that the first wicket fell in the first over with a score just on 2. That would have been the left-handed opener going cheaply.
And something is just telling me here now, Kishav, skipper Jonathan just wants to get through this 10 overs where he could introduce his spinners immediately after this batting play is completed.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, traditionally, we know that most Guyana teams throughout all age groups, they have competent and quality spinners. So, really interested to see if as soon as this 10th over is finished, spin would be introduced at both ends.
So wayward delivery angling down the leg side. Umpire signaling a wide. Skipper Jonathan not happy at all. Possibly just indicating it may have brushed the pads on the way. But the umpire, he's the man with the say out in the middle. He's the man who controls the game. And Jonathan just trying to bowl some cutters there, some off cutters. Varying his piece. So the current run rate 5.58, and the required run rate now has just gone down to 2 runs and over, Kishav.
Yeah, it's really easy pickings at this stage. Just 81 runs for victory.
And this one is lofted onto the onside. They're going to be 1. They're going to come back for 2. Very comfortable indeed. So a lofted on drive. And wonderful work indeed. That ball was rifled into the mid of the wicketkeeper, just alongside the stumps. So Guyana continues to hemorrhage runs here at the National Cricket Centre. Both Bryan and DeMarcus Scott.
Some tidy work there by the wicketkeeper. Unfortunately, square leg doesn't seem to be phased.
Yeah, very good work indeed. Some impressive lateral movement there.
I'm sure your fellow compatriot, Mr. David Williams, will be most proud of that.
Yeah, and this young man just standing behind us. I hope that he's having a very good look at what's taking place out there as well.
Yes, I think he indicated that the Guyanese keeper may have seen some of his own tricks and tried to implement that on the field of play.
So the score goes on to 57 for 1. We still are into over number 10. Just 1 delivery remains in the batting power play. So after that, the skipper Jonathan, he will have the opportunity to spread his field a bit more. And this ball is bang on target. Bryan just plays it back to the bowler. So at the end of over number 10, in Jamaica, chasing a victory target of 134, they are 57 for 1.
And it appears as if the players are going to be taking a drinks break at this 10 over stage. So we'll take a short break here in the commentary booth and return to you in a bit.
We are back here at the National Cricket Centre. So spin is going to be introduced from the northern end. And as we had predicted, at the end of the batting power play, the spinner is being introduced from the northern end. So the umpire signaled into the scorers. It's the end of the batting power play, and I must admit, Jamaica making a very good fist of this total, getting to 57 for 1. I welcome back Akisha Bahadur.
Yeah, definitely. It has been an excellent performance from Jamaica, both in the field in the first innings and then now with the bat. As we were mentioning, Anil, the maturity shown and responsibility by these players throughout the innings thus far is really something to commend and to applaud, given the fact that they are really not playing anything out of the ordinary and they are taking everything within the right situation.
So Salim Khan being introduced from the northern end. He's going to be bowling to Tyreek Bryan. Khan bowling with a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, long off. And this one is driven up to extra cover. There's no run. Salim Khan bowling his off spin. Nicely flighted delivery. It's driven back to the bowler. There's no run. And this one again.
So tight start thus far and getting through his deliveries pretty quickly as well.
And this one just taking the outside edge. That one spinning on pitching.
Looked like a quicker delivery as well.
So Salim Khan getting some purchase out of this National Cricket Centre pitch.
And Brian just has to take his time here. Don't let that phase him. He's been going really well. And it's a new bowler, so by all means, respect each bowler on its merit.
And this one is played back to the bowler. So Salim Khan, he starts with a maiden.
At the end of 11 overs, the score 58 for the loss of 1. Current run rate above 5 and over.
Jamaica requiring another 76 runs for victory. So it's going to be Chulhai. Is he a left arm orthodox spinner?
I believe so. Left-hand bowler indeed, and he's in fact one of the returning players as well. He, as well as the captain Van Lange, would have been playing for this under-17 team last year. So Gulcharan Chulai, with all of his experience from that previous tournament, I'm sure he would be looking to strike for his team here if he can get a breakthrough.
And this one, he's greeted with an extra cover drive.
Lovely shot there from the Marco Scott, that one. Running away to the boundary ropes. And first delivery, he's telling Chulai, welcome into the attack. And what a welcome that was, Anil.
Yeah, that's a lofted off drive. Going inside out was the Marco Scott. Very impressive indeed. But not allowing the likes of Chulai to settle. Immediately making a statement is the Marco Scott. So the Marco Scott getting 5 for 11 and now batting brilliantly. This one is played out to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, Scott really seems to be an excellent all-round player because all of his strokes have been textbook cricketing shots thus far. Even that one, that lofted cover drive, stepping into the ball. And this one again, we see here, there's some wrist work. Able to play that to mid-on and get a single, so, and show his ability to rotate a strike as well as hit the boundaries when required.
And that's an area that at all levels of the game, Keisha, we would want to see these youngsters being able not just to keep batting the dots. We want to see these guys and them getting the gaps, piercing the gaps, and getting the rotation of the strike.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Jamaica's approach to the entirety of this innings. Not really letting any dot balls accumulate. Have been getting those singles since the first over.
And that's a rank long hop and being given the treated. This one is hammered behind backward square for 4 runs. So Chulhan not getting it right here, pulling down. And Brian, being in the mood that he is, he gets inside the line and really gives it the treatment here. It goes down just under the mango tree and there by the Scotiabank
just
sign.
Looking at how quickly he jumped across into position there, Anil, that just shows how alert this young man is, because granted the ball was on the leg side, he didn't have to position himself there. However, game awareness, he knows that area of the field, there's no fielder. When we see there's a fielder deep mid wicket, so if he stayed in his natural position and he played that shot, the angle of the ball would have gone to deep mid wicket. Instead, Brian just stepping back and across and in fact jumping into that position, found that gap behind backward square and got 4 runs safely.
Yeah, so excellent footwork from Brian. And a loud appeal. That ball possibly just pitching outside the line of the leg stump. But it must have been very, very, very close indeed. We're going to have a look at it again. Cholhai.
Yes, it's pitching outside the leg stump. Great work there again by our producer.
A quicker delivery there. It's played out to that mid-wicket region. And they're going to come back for it for 2 runs. So Chulhai trying to go bowl that quicker delivery. Not getting the line right, and he was picked off for 2 runs into that mid-wicket region. So at the end of over number 12, Jamaica has raced to 69 for 1 with Tyreek Bryan on 35 and DeMarco Scott, the man with the golden arm, picking up 5 for 11, making a statement with the bat.
Yep, and just 65 runs required in 228 balls. At this stage, it's more of an academic exercise for Jamaica in terms of applying what they have learned throughout all of their years in youth development cricket and essentially playing the natural game here. No need for anything rash, no need for anything out of the ordinary. So many deliveries are available, so little runs to achieve that target. I think their aim will be to reach to that target without losing another wicket.
And this one is lofted down to long on. Is it going to go into the boundary? Yes, it does. So Salman Khan giving up a early Christmas gift there to DeMarco Scott. And he lofted it through mid-on.
And I was about to commend him for his first over being very tight and only conceding 1 run. Now in this stage here, 4 runs off the first delivery, anything could happen.
So this one is driven out to extra cover. But what the Jamaican batter has done really impressively, once the bat ball comes along, they're taking full tool.
And that's exactly why we have commended them on their sensible batting and gameplay, because many times we saw throughout that Guyana innings, ill-advised shots were played and no requirement for the shots were there. Hence the reason why they forced it and didn't get the desired result. That one a faster ball and dragged down and just defended nicely by Scott. But all of these Jamaica batters thus far, just 1 wicket falling. So the 3 batters thus far, apart from the opener who was out very good delivery, LBW, they have really shown a lot of maturity and intelligence in this innings.
And this is another full toss driven through extra cover. They're going to turn for 2. So Salim Khan not backing up that first over at all, going bowling and making his first over, but here giving up 2 full tosses. One was played through mid-on, and that one was caressed match really nicely through extra cover.
And just to add to that, Anil, again, he played a proper shot. He didn't try to hit it too hard, didn't try to cross back, just played through the line of the ball. And this one is a beautiful lofted drive, wide of that fielder at mid-off, and the captain, Van Lange, sprints down to the end of the boundary. Seems as if he has done a good job to restrict the batters just to 2. And at the end of 13 overs, the score 77 for the loss of 1. Tyreek Bryan on 35 from 38. DeMarco Scott 27 from 37. Both batters seem to be going in tandem with each other and certainly coming into their stride at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, DeMarco Scott coming into his own here, not allowing the bowlers to settle. Once they give that ball some generous flight, he's prepared to loft them over the infield, and he's done so very impressively indeed. So we're going to see a change from the pavilion end.
Vice captain Potaya coming into the attack, and we hope that this will be much different than his approach to the batting innings, where he came out on first delivery, tried to play an attacking shot against DeMarco Scott, who got his wicket first ball.
So 57 required for victory here at the National Cricket Centre. And Brian rocks onto the back foot, caresses this delivery out to a cover point. There's no run. Potaya, and that's a long hop there. Is he going to be out? Yes.
Straight to the fielder, and just as you say, Adil, in the previous over, when he used his feet smartly to play that ball in the open gap down to backward square, on this occasion didn't seem to move across as much and hitting that ball straight to the fielder. Seems to have been a plan set there based on the celebrations and the fact that only one fielder was positioned on that leg side. So Tyreek Bryan, after an excellent start to the innings, 35 from 39, he has to depart, caught out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, bowled by the vice-captain, Potaya, and we would hope that for Jamaica's sake, this does not cause another flow of wickets as we saw previously in Guyana's innings.
So a track down delivery from Potaya. Very unlucky not to be smacked over the boundary, but a wonderful catch at a deep mid-wicket, and I must admit that young man played a tremendous hand for Jamaica.
And now it brings the captain to the crease, Brian Barnes. Certainly one of the most look forward to players in this under-17 series across all of the teams, given the fact that he was a standout in that under-19 tournament as well. In fact, he captained Jamaica under-19 to victory in both the 50 overs as well as the 3-day format. He scored 61 in the finals for Jamaica, and he really is someone who would be looking to wrap this game up and bring it home for his team as best as possible.
So Brian Barnes, one of the leaders in the region in terms of youth cricket, leading his team Jamaica to both the 50 over and the limited and the 3-day competition, leading by example as well. So a lot of potential from this young man.
Now he's known to be an attacking batsman, Anil, as in that's his general style of play. In fact, when I asked him about his inspiration, well, first he noted that his father and his brother are his main inspirations, but cricketing-wise as well, Chris Gayle and Brian Lara, and two of the most revered left-handed batsmen from West Indies.
Two people, two individuals who any youngster will want to emulate. And this one is played down to flying leg. This one, they could have come back for 2 very easily indeed. So Brian Barnes, the skipper of the Jamaica team, he's off and running. That takes the score on to 79 for 2. And he just seems to make batting look so easy on their eyes. Keisha.
Agreed, Anil. A simple shot as that. Just the wrist work. To work that ball to that vacant position and get two.
This one is hammered back to the bowler. Pataya. Just deflecting that ball past the stumps. There's no addition to the score. The score remains on 79 for 2. Flighted delivery. This ball is worked down to mid-on. And the throw comes in. That single takes the score on to 80 for 2 after over number 14. So Tyreek Bryan playing a very good hand indeed. 35 from 40 deliveries. You know, you've seen from that young man, he's got composure, he's got style. But more importantly, he's also got a wide array of shots as well.
Yeah, that's why I really couldn't have faulted him in that dismissal. I mean, granted, he has shown that he played his innings smart. Anything that was a bad delivery, he definitely executed it well. That delivery was a bad delivery. It really wasn't something that he ought to have played defensively. The only thing I would have probably advised him to do is remember the shot he played just in the over before, when that fielder had not moved from that deep mid-wicket position and everywhere else was open. I think maybe just 2 steps to the left or right, Anil, and it would have been a different situation.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's going to take that on the chin and want to improve on his shot selection in that way. But take nothing away from Brian. Played brilliantly.
And it looks like it's going to be a change of ends for Gulcher and Chulai. It's first over from the media center end, getting 11 conceded off of it. And now with the left-handed bands at the crease, returning to the attack with left arm orthodox.
Barnes rocks onto the back foot. Plays it out to extra cover. There's no run. Chulai. This one just tucked into the one side. A wicket keeper doing the job. Wicketkeeper Kirsten. And that one is just neatly played down to that short fine leg position. Brian just playing that ball very late indeed.
That's a gentle opening of the face to find that gap. After 2 dot balls, it shows you how smart this cricketer is. He just opened the face there to get a single straight to the fielder. And immediately we see a change in the field. So previously for Barnes, both long off and long on were in play, as well as that cow corner position. Now all of them have come into the circle for the right-handed Scott.
And a lovely delivery there from Chulhai. Just getting that ball to spin a bit. Scott trying to turn that ball on your side, getting the outside edge. DeMarco Scott on 27. And this one is played, is driven to extra cover. Guyana skipper Jonathan does the fielding. There's no run. And this one trying to cut that ball, but a smart catch at first slip there. So wicket number 3 goes on for Jamaica. Chulhan getting into the thick of things here, getting rid of the dangerous DeMarco Scott. On off some, looking for that cut shot, but what a brilliant catch indeed at first slip.
Yeah, that was an excellent catch taken there. And again, Anil, that delivery really wasn't the best. I mean, it was short, it was outside of the off stump. DeMarco Scott stepping back and across, looking to pull that over the leg side, but unfortunately, the ball just rushing onto him, taking that outside edge, and he has to depart. 27 scored from 39 deliveries to back up his 5-wicket spell in the first inning. So definitely a great all-round performance from DeMarco Scott. He would have loved to carry on and not give up his wicket, especially with victory in the near distance. But given the fact that this 3rd wicket has fallen, and we know what happened with Guyana's innings, Anil, we don't want to speak too early here in terms of what this game is going to look like in the next couple of overs.
So that ball was short and wide outside the off stump. I don't blame DeMarco for going for that shot. the ball was there, short and wide. Unfortunately for him, he didn't execute. But still, you know, you want to see these guys, and then when a bad delivery is presented, they're looking to take full toll. But it brings Jordan Pinnock.
I think maybe what he could have done there, Anna, is instead of looking to hoist that one through the leg side, as it was short and wide outside of the off stump, just look to square cut it.
Well, I think he was trying to cut that delivery, just that ball maybe getting a bit of extra bounce, and that's defeated him in his execution of trying to get that ball through backward point. But it's going to be the return of Potaya.
Some 53 runs still required, so with the fall of 2 wickets, the 2 set batters back to back. Momentum slightly shifted in favor of Guyana. That one is a delivery angle down the leg side. Seems to have taken a touch on the pads because no wide signal by the umpire.
But a good take indeed by the wicketkeeper. And this one, he just rocks onto the back foot. Taps it out to square leg. There's no run. Brian Barnes. Just taking his time here. Oh, and that one did go a mile from outside the line of the leg stump. It spun direct across skipper Brian Barnes. So very encouraging signs indeed here for Potaya.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery.
And that delivery was just a bit slower as well. But Barnes taking him on here now.
Plays that one beautifully in the gap, past the fielder at that widest mid-on position, as well as the fielder coming around from deep mid-wicket to cover. Using his feet there. Excellent work by Barnes, not allowing Potaya to drop that ball and extract any turn, but using his feet, meeting it to the pitch, and in fact greeting it at almost of a full toss length.
Yeah, so skipper Brian Barnes quickly off the mark there and lofting that ball over mid-on for a boundary. And this one just goes into the pads. There's no run. And this one, he loses the keeper wide. Is signaled by the umpire. They go for 1. They're going to turn for 2 comfortably. So 3 is going to be added to the score.
Well,
so Potaya just going down the leg side. A bit wayward from Potaya.
With the effort he put in that swing, I thought we would have been looking for the ball somewhere down by the aquatic center. But unfortunately not able to get any connection. Still getting 3 runs out of it though.
Brian Barnes, a very strong young man indeed. I'm sure he makes a good connection. It's going to disappear. Change of angle. This one is played down to mid-on. This one an offer. So that takes the score on to 89 for 3. At the end of over number 16, Jamaica in pursuit of 134 for victory. They are 89 for 3. So skipper Brian Barnes getting into the thick of things immediately here, getting to 9 of 13 deliveries. And he has done that without even breaking a sweat, Kishav.
Exactly. He just makes it look so easy. Even how he's moving at the crease, he just seems so calm, cool, and collected. And just to bring you up to date briefly on the scores at the other locations, Windward Islands and Barbados. Windward Islands 123 all out, Barbados 69 for the loss of 1 in the 16th over. Trinidad and Tobago versus Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands 109 for the loss of 9 in a 35 over affair. Trinidad and Tobago yet to take strike.
So this is driven down to long off. There's one an offer. So Barnes just lent on that delivery. The score moves up by 1. 90. It brings Jordan Pinnock. On strike for the first time. And Cholhai, what a wonderful delivery indeed. Drifted into the right-hander, and at the last moment it was spinning sharply across him. Very lucky not to have gotten the outside edge. And again, it's a repeat of the first delivery. So Cholhai really putting some revs on that delivery.
Now, two things that a spinner always looks for: bounce and turn, and my word, Chula is getting all of them here.
And that's the arm ball there.
And look at how low that arm ball stayed. So, an excellent variation to have at this stage. Two deliveries, turning sharply and bouncing, and then that one keeping low and going straight.
So another arm ball from Cholhai. So it seems to me that he's either looking to have him caught at slip, or possibly LBW, or bowl along with those arm ball.
Yeah, it's a good ploy.
And this one is squeezed down to third man. There's only one on offer. It brings skipper Brian Barnes back on strike. So at the end of over number 17, it's 91 for 3. Jamaica in pursuit of 134 are very well placed at 91 for 3. 17 overs in the books. Brian Barnes, the skipper, he's on 10, and Jordan Pinnock, he's on 1. He's going to be taking strike. It's going to be Matthew Potaya to continue from the pavilion end. Just making some changes. Making some adjustments with the field on the offside. So 5 on the offside, 4 on the onside. Short. Pinnock rocks onto the back foot. Tries to beat extra cover. There's no run. And this one is just keeping a trifle low. So a repeat. Split out to extra cover. There's no run. Potaya from the pavilion end. And this one is guided to slip, but excellent work indeed.
So the spin from both ends certainly doing the job for Guyana at this stage in terms of just slowing up that score rate. Still over 5 and over, but by all means not as explosive as when the two set batters were in the crease.
And this one is spinning, but spinning very slowly indeed. Pinnock has enough time to have a look at it and plays it out. And a loud appeal, and the dreaded finger goes up there. So Jordan Pinnock goes via LBW. A beautiful off spinner there, just pitching outside the line of the off stump and spinning back sharply, beating that forward defensive prod and going on to the back pad. So wicket number 4 goes down for Jamaica. Potaya getting amongst the wickets here.
And you can see that he was trying to suggest as if maybe he had some bat on it, but really difficult to see and to tell from there. In fact, it looked as if it hit him plumb on the pads, but again, that decision would be best made by the umpire on field, who has decided he's out. And the new batter coming to the crease, Nikolai McKenzie, the younger brother of West Indies player Kirk McKenzie. As you take a look there again, sharp turn on offer, and the fielder certainly seemed very confident.
So Matthew Potaya getting his second wicket, 2 from 11 in over number 3. So is there a sting in the tail here for the Guyanese?
anything is possible at this stage, given the fact how the first innings went, and I think it's all down to the pitch itself, Anil. Both sides are fully aware that anything can happen with this pitch. As I said before Jamaica started their innings, Guyana were confident that they could have defended the target with their bowling. And now that we have seen a couple more wickets falling behind for Jamaica, it's really no telling what can happen within the next few overs if Potaya and Chulai continue in the same vein that they are at present.
Well, as Jeffrey Burkett always says, you just add 2 wickets to the total, and that tells a different picture. And this one is bang on target from Potaya. Mackenzie just come forward, negate whatever spin on offer.
At the end of 18 overs, the score 91 for the loss of 4 wickets.
There is some spin on offer, but it is spinning slowly.
Seeing some overcast clouds approaching.
But it's going to be Chulai. And a wonderful delivery indeed. Skipper Barnes just prodding forward, just negating whatever spin on offer. And this one, he doesn't have a clue where it went.
It really seems to be beating all ends up there. Barnes trying to play that one to the offside and went behind the keeper to his right.
And both spinners doing a wonderful job for their team. Chulhai not having the best of opening overs, but a change of ends has done. And
see the use of the feet there again, Arnold, but on that occasion seems to have chipped forward and then looked to swat the ball on the leg side. Might have been better advised to play straight.
Well, I just believe that Barnes premeditated there.
That one pulled down from Chulai and just tucked away into the leg side for a single.
So because Barnes had made that advancement down the track, Chulai decided that he just wanted to pull back his length a bit, but in doing so, he just allowed Barnes to work that ball into the onside. And they get a single. That's single takes the score to 92 for 4.
It's young Mackenzie here. Let's see if he can echo the performance of his older brother.
And this one is...
At first ball, he's gone. The catch is taken at that point position. And Mackenzie just seems to be staring in disbelief. He's now turning to walk away. But what a half-hearted shot. I think if he was going, he might as well have gone with his full speed and the full face of the bat. On that occasion, just seems to have petted the ball and taken an outside edge there. So he has to go for duck. And no runs added to the total by his contribution. The score shifting on to 92 for the loss of 5 after 19 overs. Again, Anil, after that pair departed, we have seen a total change in the ebb and flow of this game, similar to the Guyana innings when the captain parted ways with his other batting partner. And here we see a look at that.
But that ball was so wide, Kishav. Had he left that ball, it possibly would have been called a wide. He was basically reaching for that delivery, just getting the outside edge. But what a wonderful catch at backward point on that 30-yard circle.
Really, there was no need to play that shot, Anil, at all. I mean, we are still into the 20th over. We have not reached even halfway mark of the innings as yet. And first delivery outside of the off stump, he's looking to play that sort of shot.
So skipper Jonathan looking to tighten the screws here at the National Cricket Centre. And it's Potaya. This one takes the inside edge. They go for one. Are they going to come back for two? No. Some good work there.
I think that's the third occasion that Barnes has had an inside edge. Luckily pass his thumbs and not hit anything, but he definitely has to take up the mantle and play that skipper's role for his team here.
But it's not an encouraging sign indeed. He just seems to be struggling a bit with the ball turning as much as it has done. But Potaya, a bang on target. Innes just comes forward, plays it back out to the bowler, and here we see another attacking field going on to the offside. So there's now extra cover, and this one spins past the outside edge. Skipper Jonathan looking for wickets. Oh, and this one, and some sloppy work, but not taking advantage of. So the fielder at backward point. And this one goes past the outside edge. So Potaya honing on the stumps there, but Innes negotiating that over. So 20 overs, 93 for 5, and all on a sudden, the things just seems like the game has taken a different pathway.
Yeah, all of the pressure certainly seems to be on Jamaica right now, when initially we thought that it would have been a mere simple exercise to just continue in the same vein that Scott and Brian were batting in. Unfortunately, after both of them had to depart, it really has been going a bit downward here for Jamaica in terms of the innings. Even the run rate, which was over 5, is now under 5 and just above 4. So granted, they won't have to worry about the run rate too much in terms of the balls left and runs required. However, that wicket column is something to certainly be mindful.
So Chulhan continues from the northern end. Short. Skipper Barnes punches that out to cover point. There's no run. And a flighty delivery. This one is just punched down to long on. Just a single offer. It brings Innes back on strike. And he's bowling through the gate. That one spun out of the rough. And it goes between bat and pad. And what a wonderful delivery indeed from Chulhai. Really putting some revs on that delivery. And going through the gate of Innes. My. What is happening here at the National Cricket Centre? Guyana are back in this game.
I'll be honest, Anil, I was honestly left a bit speechless there at that one. I mean, just as we were saying, things ought not to get worse for Jamaica. Another wicket goes, and that one a peach of a delivery, turning between bat and pad, and causing trouble there for Ennis, having to go without scoring.
Yeah, and I could fully understand why after your conversation with the guys from Guyana, and they were saying that they would back themselves to defend this total. They had seen something out in the middle of their key shop that they could work with, and they've really now, doing the business here with their spinners.
Now, the reality is, for teams who bat first on a surface such as this, they ought to take the lessons from while batting and apply it while also bowling. And I think we can see that Guyana has certainly been doing that in this game here, because despite setting a total that would have been lower than what they expected, they are really fighting back. They are trying to keep Jamaica under wraps and get a couple more important breakthroughs. That one is driven in the air, but does not go straight to the fielder. Just one bounce before him. And a nervy start here for E.J. Spence. You can just see Captain Barnes at the non-striker's end, holding his hand on his waist as if he doesn't know what else to do. He wishes he can go down the next end and face all of the deliveries.
So skipper Jonathan coming into that short extra cover position. So there's now two closed-in fielders. One at extra cover, one at cover point.
Really good pressure from a Guyanese captain.
And this one is a loud appeal. It's the arm ball just arcing back onto the stumps, but just possibly going along the leg side. So skipper Barnes, he must be having a nightmare at the non-striker's end.
We're just looking at the last 3 wickets to fall. 1 run scored and 2 consecutive ducks. It really does not say much for the middle order of Jamaica in this game. And similarly in the first innings for Guyana and their middle order, a collapse happened in almost identical fashion.
So after over number 21, Jamaica chasing a victory target of 134 for victory. They've got a game on their hands. They are 94 for 6. And how quickly this game has turned on its head. Potaya and Chulhai doing a wonderful job indeed. This is a nicely flighted delivery. It's played out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Now the thing with Barnes is that because of his aggressive nature as well, if he plays smart, he just has to wait for those loose deliveries and to capitalize on them to score freely.
And that one, he was just reaching for that delivery, but it was keeping low as well.
I'm not sure what else he could have done there, Anil. In fact, if he left it alone, I'm not sure if it would have been within the wide line or past it.
And that ball is the arm ball, just and Barnes using his feet, getting it down to mid-on. So is it the case that skipper Brian Barnes is playing a numbers game here?
I believe so. I think even strategy-wise, he has to shield the new batters from the strike coming to face this sort of bowling with that amount of turn and bounce on display, as well as lack of bounce in some occasions from the spinners. So he would have to take the lion's share of responsibility here.
Yeah, he just seems to be premeditating a bit here while batting.
And he's bowled him. What a ill-advised shot there from E.J. Spence. Again, having now come to the wicket. That one, a classic off-spinning delivery. And as we see in the replay, nice flight, turning into the batter and clipping the base off that off-stump. Vice-Captain Potaya certainly doing the job for his team here after having out for duck himself. First ball playing an ill-advised shot. Now he's getting the other players from Jamaica to do the same.
So 95 for 7, and how quickly this game has changed. But there is enough on offer for the spinners, you know, and we see the likes of Putai. He's giving the ball some generous flight, and the ball is biting off the wicket. So you've got to be very careful indeed. Those booming drives that these guys want to execute, it's important that they get very close to those deliveries when they're driving. They're not getting close, and they're just opening up the gate, and the entire 3 sticks is on offer once you do not get close enough to execute those drives. So a bit of inexperience from the Jamaican batters, and I'm sure Brian Barnes, nothing he could really do at this stage other than possibly take it on his own, because it doesn't seem to be very good signs going forward.
Yeah, at this point, I'm wondering if Barnes has to take up the mantle, as in just start to attack the bowlers and probably see if he can score the runs himself. Because if he looks to just plod along with the singles and hope that his partner on the other side would stand up with him, at this point, it really doesn't seem to be the best ploy, given the fact that the other batters aren't staying at all.
So I'm sure Putaya will want to get a gully in position there. The ball is just doing enough, and if that ball was to hold up and just hold the line, the slip or gully could come into play there. But Jamaica, having gotten off to a wonderful start indeed, it just seems to be losing it at this stage. 95 for 7, 22 overs completed. It's not about the amount of balls that's there for them. It's more about Jamaica keeping their nerve. And with their skipper, Brian Barnes, out in the middle, I'm sure he's got enough experience to try and shepherd these lower order batters to take his team to victory. But I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be easy indeed. These Guyanese bowlers, they're going to continue to trouble these guys. And Chulhai,
It's defended by Barnes, so playing mindful.
so I think at this stage, Jamaica might be very well advised to try and see out the likes of Chulhai with Brian Barnes doing the majority of the batting against this young man.
And that looks like it's going to be 6 runs. Yes, it is. Hitting that Point Lisa Steel Products billboard there. And just as we said, Anil, I think he's just going to wait for his opportunity to play those attacking shots. And that one right into the slot. Lovely shot there from Barnes. And getting a maximum. So relieving some of that pressure, thankfully.
Yeah, he's one of those guys not going to die wandering.
And that looks like it's going to be 6 more, is it?
And
Oh,
what
no,
a
it's
wonderful catch indeed.
He's taking it deep with wicket. Comes into play, and you can see all of the players running towards it to celebrate. What an important wicket that is for Guyana in the context of this game. The captain, Brian Barnes, has to go, having just hit a 6. That ball pitched and certainly held up as it spun. Maybe just a bit of slowness there deceiving him as he wasn't able to get the proper connection and picking out that one fielder on that mid-wicket boundary. As you can see, he pulled down that ball. That was a rank long hop, Anil, and a great catch taken there, diving low to his left. What excellent work from the Guyanese in the field to bring this game back into their favor. The 8th wicket falls.
Had his pandemonium here at the National Cricket Centre. The Guyanese are going crazy out in the middle. But that particular delivery from Chulhai, it was shorter, but it was quicker in that trajectory. And to me, Barnes did not have enough elevation to take that ball over the boundary. He was sort of cramped for room there, trying to get that full extension of the arm, and only succeeded in finding that deep mid-wicket boundary. But I tell you, Guyana are back in this game big time.
Now, even serve in the context of the game now, as we noted, he wasn't going to go down without a fight, and he wasn't going to go down without knowing. But you just scored 6 runs off a delivery that was within your arc. That one, granted, it was a long hop because that ball was pulled down by Chulhai, and certainly it held up in the pitch a bit.
But you could see clearly, Kishab, that that's the kind of situation when pressure starts to mount, okay, it brings out that kind of shot selection. Clark plays this one out to backward point. There's no run.
So the 2 opening bowlers for Jamaica at the crease, Dante Clark and Rashawn McKenzie. Let's see if they can close the innings for Jamaica and finish off in style.
So 33 required for victory now. And a nicely flighted delivery there. Dante Clark. And what Chulhai is doing really well, he's starting to tease the batters with his flight. And if he could continue to get the amount of pushes that he has done. Oh, and this one is played down to fine leg. This one They're going to come back for 2.
I think they should have probably run harder there and see if they could have gotten 3, but good work in outfield there. And at the end of 23 overs, the score 103 for the loss of 8 wickets. Guyana certainly in the ascendancy at this point.
Yeah, 31 required. And it's going to be Potaya to continue from the pavilion end. And how this game has turned on its head here at the National Cricket Centre. Guyana, Jamaica at one stage just seems to be running away with this game. But some excellent bowling from both Cholhai and Potaya has really brought them back into this contest. 31 for victory, 2 wickets required.
But also, most importantly, the chemistry that we have seen out there from the Guyanese team, even from ball 1, even from that over where we saw Joseph was missing his line and length. Great support from all players on the field. Leading from the front is the captain, who every delivery, he's just making sure to have a word with his bowler, to show some words of encouragement, and that really has helped them a lot here.
And a loud appeal from the wicketkeeper. Nothing happening. So Potaya goes past the outside edge of Mackenzie. So every bowler event here. Nicely flighted delivery. This one is lofted into the offside. And
He's
another one
him.
bites, yes.
He's dropped him at a... It seems so regulation that we thought it was going to be a wicket. But look at the replay here. Settled underneath it. Did everything right except securing the ball within his hands. What a let-off there for Jamaica. As we take a look at the coach, I think he might want to stay by that lamppost even after the game is finished.
How costly that miss is going to be in the context of this game.
Well, we know that with the 2 fast bowlers at the crease, they certainly have the ability to strike the ball cleanly. And if they can get these 30 runs in quick fashion, I mean, it's really an exciting end to this game, and either team can take it, bowling or batting here. I think if he took that catch, it would have been game over. But now that he has dropped it, it's just the momentum can shift so easily in this game of cricket.
Yeah, and with 30 runs required, these guys want to back themselves. Oh my goodness, and that was so perilously close to the off stump. Possibly just a quarter paint away, and that off stump would have been knocked back. Potaya, he can't believe.
I want to say that's an excellent leave by the batter to give him the benefit of the doubt. And he's bowled him. Look at turn on that delivery. That ball from it was pitched in line with the leg stump. And that ball hitting and ripping to the offside, hitting the base of the off stump. What a delivery from Potaya. Look at that again here in the replay. Pitching on leg stump and just turning square.
Yeah, the batter there, Clark, was guilty of playing the original line, not taking into consideration the work that the ball is doing. And the off stump is rocked back. But what a wonderful delivery indeed. And Guyana just 1 wicket away from victory.
Now the irony is, with that wicket, I wouldn't even be too upset with the batter Clark, because being a fast bowler, coming on to play, just facing a couple deliveries, he would have seen how the ball is turning from before. But I think more of the onus should be placed on the middle order, guys who have the role of batting, and they played loose shots, because even there, Clark tried to play a defensive shot. He was just beaten comprehensively by the amount of turn on offer. The other batters who came to the crease handle and who out for consecutive ducks and 1 run in between.
And I continue to say, if your top order, who has the responsibility to score the runs, cannot get the job done, what can you expect from the lower order?
Yeah, definitely. There must be a balance, and that's why in cricket, everyone has to play their part. It's a team game. Everyone has a role to play. And without that, I'm really not too certain how Jamaica is going to come back from this position here. 30 runs required and just 1 wicket left. Chulai having 4 wickets into the 7th over.
This one is squeezed out to that short cover point position. There's no run. So 30 runs required, 1 wicket for Guyana to steal victory here at the National Cricket Centre. And this, he's out.
He's waiting for the umpire to give a signal
No, I
here.
think
They're appealing.
it's a spectator's catch, but
Yeah, I think it seems to be a ground ball, or he's going to consult with the square leg umpire. Let's just take a look at that replay. Oh, it's very difficult to tell there. The catch was taken cleanly, no doubt about that. It's just when the ball left the bat. Did it touch the ground before? Or did it come cleanly off the bat and into there? And the wicket has been given! And Guyana celebrating here. Epic scenes on the field of play as Guyana have come back to take this game by the hand. And Chulai getting his 5th wicket there, just to follow up with the Marco Scott, who got his 5th wicket as the last wicket of Guyana's innings. And now Chulai getting the last wicket of Jamaica's innings to get his 5-wicket haul. What a game of cricket we have seen here, Anil. And I think a lot has to go down to the players' ability to play spin. Now, granted, the pitch was not the easiest to deal with in terms of the amount of spin on offer, the invariable bounce with some balls going extra high and some balls keeping extra low. However, take nothing away from the Guyanese. After Jamaica were powering at 77 for the loss of 1, all out for 104. What a great performance by Captain Van Lange and his men.
yeah, so as we had alluded to earlier on, Jamaica was rocketing away. They were scoring at over 5 runs and over, but the moment the spinners was brought into the attack after the power play, everything changed. Chulahai not having the best of starts in his first over, immediately skipper Jonathan gave him a change of ends, and from that moment on, it was one-way traffic. So Guyana really, taking away victory here from the jaws of defeat, and it really sets up the rest of the tournament, for some exciting cricket.
Yeah, it really does. 5 wickets there for Gulchar and Chulai, 4 wickets for the vice captain, Potaya, and 1 wicket to the fast bowler in the first over of the innings. That would have been Bruce Vincent. So really, what a wonderful performance here from the Guyanese. And it's truly admirable to see a team set a low total, come back, all guns blazing, and fight to keep them within the game. Really a great performance here from Guyana under 17s as they get their first victory of the tournament. Jamaica with their first loss of the tournament in the second round of matches. And we'll definitely look forward to see what would take place in another round of matches, given that teams have been a bit up and down in terms of their momentum.
Yeah, so Guyana not making the best of starts in their first round, being bowled out for 102, coming back very strong indeed in this second round encounter against a very powerful Jamaican team. And you've got to give it up to this Guyanese team. Having scored 133 in their first innings, they felt that they could have they felt they could defend it, and they've done so admirably. In that they've never packed it in, even though Jamaica was motoring along at a certain stage in their innings. They battled. So congratulations to Guyana, winning by 29 runs. And
basically, this means that Jamaica having 1 victory, Guyana having 1 victory, Barbados seems to be on the road to victory in that encounter at California, and we are waiting to see the result of that Trinidad and Tobago game. Definitely puts all of these teams in an interesting position going forward. So from all of us here at the National Cricket Centre, from the Cricket 360 team, and from our West Indies YouTube channel, we thank you for staying with us today, for enjoying this wonderful game of cricket, and ask that you join us again on Wednesday for continued coverage. I'm Keshav Bahadur Singh from our producer, Mr. Jason Basad, and my fellow commentator, Mr. Anil Lakan. It's goodbye for now, and see you again on Wednesday.